don't. So I don't know what the deal is with that. This is just stupid why it's doing this.
We have audio now.
Alright, thanks for letting me know. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Alright, so I don't know what that was all about. But no, we were just taking a peek at the one of the many intercontinental ballistic missiles that's out here in Colorado across the high plains at the beginning of the stream. And just was reminding Putin and Iran and anybody else who may be thinking about blowing up the United States if they happen to be watching my stream that we have those nuclear missiles underground out here, and there's a lot of them, and don't mess with us. So just out here doing the Lord's work, people. So we do have our special, actually they deleted that, never mind. So we do have a storm going up in front of us. It kind of looks like trash, but we're gonna go check it out anyway. We're out here northeast of Denver, west of Sterling. Hopefully in the proper target area. I hope. There's some storms down by Denver that I probably should be on, and I'm kind of pissed off that I'm not down there because I think that is indeed the target area, but that's I had nobody to blame but myself on that one. But we'll see what happens with these. I'm near Raymer.
In half a mile, turn right on Shirley Avenue.
I gotta tell Google to can it here, or she's not gonna.
You'll have one a little further back.
The velocities look crazy. No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not sure what you're looking at, though. I mean, I'm not seeing anything of interest with this thing, to be honest with you. Like, at all. Looks pretty pathetic looking on radar. God damn, I really wish I was down on that. I like that one that's just southeast of Denver. That outflow boundary pattern that it's putting out just has been known to produce some really neat looking storms in that area. That's alright. Nobody to blame on that but myself. Steve Lookner. Yeah, I like Steve. He's like Ryan Hall, but not a douchebag and actually covers the news. No, I did not see that because I never have a time to watch him, obviously, but I like Steve. Yeah, Steve could use the stream if he wants to. I wouldn't even care. I like Steve. I have a lot of respect for what he does. I know he's a little bit polarizing, but so am I. But he built pretty much everything that he has on his own, and I appreciate that. I really do. A lot of copycats out here, and it's nice to see people doing things original, you know. Yeah, I like Steve. That's cool that he uses Radar Omega, though. If he watches, if he wanted to send me an email or something, I'd probably hook him up with something useful here, especially this hurricane season. For $0, just to rub it in somebody's face. Sorry, I'm really kind of turned into a hardened jerk out here after some of the riffraff that I've seen go on in the past 3 or 4 months. But yeah, I would support Steve for sure. I like Steve. It's interesting that he was using radar. I don't know if he knows what he's doing. I don't mean this the wrong way or anything. I wonder if he has any background with weather at all. Like, I wonder what his proficiency level is with radar and everything. I have an idea. Let me ask Grock. Hey, open Grock. No, not Cash App, you piece of shit. Come on, man. The hell, Google, or freaking iPhone, whatever you are. Hello?
Hi there. How can I help you today?
Hey, am I on the right storm? I don't know if I'm on the right storm or not.
I think you might mean, am I on the right course? Or platform? Unless you're actually caught in a storm. Can you clarify what you mean by storm? Are you talking about a physical storm?
Shut up and let me talk! God damn. I'm a storm chaser. I got 2 storms, one north of Raymer, and then I got this one over here to my west. I think the north one might be cut off because the outflow from the south storm is going to choke its inflow, but I'm not sure. Do you have an opinion? Yes or no?
Yes. The west outflow could be cutting off the north storm's inflow, which could choke it out, so it might not be worth chasing. Want some quick middle airthological insight on this?
Yeah, you actually seem to know more about this than I thought you would.
Well, I'm full of surprises. What specific details about the storms do you want me to dive into? I can give you a quick breakdown of the meteorological setup, or help you weigh which storm's got the better chase potential. Just let me know what you're after.
I don't know. Just tell me where the fucking tornado is going to be, please.
Based on current storm data, there's a reported tornado north of Bledsoe, Texas, around 33.81 N, 103.00 W, with multiple brief touchdowns. That's likely your best bet for action. The storm north of Raymer could be getting choked by outflow from the west, so it's less promising. Want me to pull more real-time storm tracking for you?
Can you actually do that?
Yeah, I can pull real-time storm tracking for you. Right now, the strongest activity is still around that Bledsoe, Texas area, with the reported tornado. Coordinates roughly 33.81 N, 103.00 W. The storm to your west might be disrupting the northern one's inflow, reducing its tornado potential. If you want, I can dig deeper into radar data or updates for your exact location. Just need your current spot or a zip code to narrow it down. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm near Raymer, Colorado, and I'm using Radar Omega, which is obviously the best radar app. Duh. And it says that I should probably be looking to the west. Now, do you agree or what?
Looking west from Raymer on Radar Omega, there's a storm with strong rotation showing tight velocity couplets, suggesting better tornado potential than the northern one, which might be getting choked by outflow. Stick with the western storm for now. It's got more promise. Want me to check Radar Omega's latest velocity or correlation coefficient data to confirm?
How in the fruck are you going to do that without access to the API?
Don't worry, I've got my ways. I can tap into real-time weather data streams and radar feeds, similar to what Radar Omega pulls from, like NOAA's MRMS.
So you're lying to me. You said you were going to check Radar Omega. Now you're talking about just checking the NEXRAD data. This is bullshit. You've already lied. I don't trust you anymore. Thank you.
I'm sorry for the mix-up. I can still help by pulling the latest NEXRAD
Nope,
data for
nope. I don't trust you. You're lying.
Okay, I understand. If you change your mind, I'm here.
Hey, they just issued a special weather statement for this area. Do you agree? Is that correct?
Yes. A special weather statement was issued for the Raymer area earlier today, warning about severe
No,
thunderstorm.
just now, not earlier today. Don't you listen to me?
Yes. A new special weather statement was just issued for Raymer, warning about ongoing severe thunderstorms and possible strong winds or hail. It aligns with the active start.
False. It's not a severe thunderstorm. It would have a just. All right, I'm done with you. Have a good day.
Okay, have a good day. Stay safe out there. If you ever need me,
Stay
I'm
safe
around.
out there. Da, da. God dang. Well, I think she's trying to put me out of work. I don't know what my range is on this, so can you just let me know if this disconnects?
He was lying about that tornado in Texas. Come on now.
I don't know if there was one or not.
Check it with them, and I don't know what she's about.
All right, photo time. Whoa! Did you see the bunny rabbit? Neat. Well, I think there's another one just ran over there. This is what I like about being out here. It's just super peaceful. Like I said, you know, this is typical Colorado chasing for you. There's like nothing going on, you know, other than the storm. It's warm out, it's nice out. I don't know why I left the car back. I honestly don't know why. I just didn't drive up to here, but sunflowers. Here, I'll put you guys farther up in the air so you get better signal next to the car.
I am really starting to like that western storm. It looks like it's on a boundary.
There we go. Hold on, I'm trying to open the tripod up. Yeah, I don't let you get in person though. Alright, I'm gonna clip you guys here. You're gonna stay here, just get nice, clean audio.
I wonder if I might be trying to land spout.
No.
Might be like a hook-like feature.
Walk up here and take a picture.
It looks like it's indirect. Maybe. Yeah, right here. I'll keep watching on the radar. Maybe just this.
Alright. I'm gonna move you guys over here, because now, of course, there's a bunch of freaking cars coming. Nobody out here until I stop. And then everybody's out here. I really hope this guy doesn't turn over or pull up. I'm just not in a talking mood, you know? It's best to just do our work. Oh, Jesus. Alright, well, thank God. Sorry, introvert. Damn. All right. All right, so let's see if I can. I need to be able to look in this little preview monitor. Because I can't, I don't know what I'm pointing at back here. How about that? While we walk. Nice looking storm, guys. No tornado potential. Not really any hail or wind potential with this one either, the way it looks right now, but that might change. Maybe. But it's pretty, and that's what we came here for today. So I'm happy. I think I'm gonna move south. Look at these like mammatus clouds up here. It's just so peaceful out here, guys. It's so nice out here. Until this jerk off parks here. I don't know who parked their car here. Okay, next. Let's move south. Do I have a south road? I sure do. Alright, no severe thunderstorm warning here. Sorry about the black screen. I shut the camera off before I switched the camera. We still got audio? We still good? Alright, no severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, we're good. It's not a bad looking storm. It's pretty. It's pretty. We gotta go south though. It'll look a little bit better here once we get farther south. We're not in the best place to view it right now. We spent quite a bit of time there. But this thing's probably only moving like 15 miles an hour if I were to guess, so we got time. It's no big deal. In a minute or two, we'll have a better view. This road curves around, takes a right-hand turn, goes west for a few miles, and then takes a left and goes south. So we'll use this road. No severe thunderstorm warning on this storm yet. It's not expecting too much out of it. Yep, this is our road here. Where it loops around. I've not seen any lightning in this thing yet. Yeah, we'll be going south here in just a minute, thankfully. I've actually been on this road several times in the past couple of years. I recognize it. Let's see, any minute now. I think it's right over the hill that we have our south turn, I think. Man, you can go right off the side of that really quick, couldn't you? All right, we're going south now. It's the direction we want to go. We'll be able to get a little better view of it in a minute. It does have a special weather statement on it, though, but it's not for anything substantial here. I think it's 50-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah.
Good afternoon, S86. I see you in Pat.
Mileage 37582.
Copy, have a good shift. It is 1500.
This would be a great place to see a tornado. If you keep going south on this road, eventually you get to Fort Morgan.
Red tones, red voice and Wi-Fi off. Wi-Fi on.
Tell you what, this road could use a road grader. Alright, so if I measure out, we got about 5 miles to go, so about 5 minutes, and then we're going to be on the southeast side of this thing, which is where we should have the best looking view of it.
The correct decline of my truck is the fault.
Yeah, we're kind of out of the main risk of severe weather today, too. Like central Nebraska is where that's all supposed to happen, but it's like we're already out here and we got a storm. Might as well just be out here, you know.
Fire Department, 414 South Ridge, new building under construction, 431-year-old male, semi-conscious of breathing, fell through the elevator shaft from the 3rd floor at Gateway Apartments, the new building under
We'll go see what this thing's got.
Coaching channel Morgan Mac 02.
You know, like I said, I'm not expecting tornadoes or anything. We just don't have the right things going on for that. But I have a feeling we're going to get a really pretty looking storm like we did yesterday.
Morning Fire Department, confirmation dispatch, 414 South Ridge. Out speeder shaft, 3rd floor, 414 South Ridge, channel Morgan Mac 0203.
This storm's been moving southeast. There's a few boundaries moving north down by Denver, and the HRR at least is showing some 3K for the next 2 hours. So I think if this thing persists, there could be theoretically some interesting spout activities if things line up. But at the very least, it'll be a pretty storm if this thing sustains.
Abandoned house there, but not much of a storm to look at. Alright. Not much of a storm to look at with that house, though.
Organized report. Please. 20. I do have a gateway call. Correct. Continue 700 Dell Road. 5.
Yeah, you really got to be on the southeast side of these storms to see anything, or for it to even look remotely pretty, but we're almost there. We're starting to see some more definition to it. Maybe find an abandoned house down here or something would be great. So you're starting to get some of the structure on it.
29 10 We're approximately 15 minutes
difficulty breathing or hoarseness. Last set of vital signs, 136 over 84, East sinus in the 90s. 98% on a couple liters, we'll see in about 15 minutes. Cold offload. My understanding is we're going direct to the burn ICU. Alright, no questions. Patch is clear 1506. Thank you. Medevac 1 clear, thank you.
Find a good stopping point up here. I wouldn't mind stopping.
For the vehicle.
This thing's just not moving very fast, so we don't really have to
2507.
worry too much about it here. I do need to make sure that we don't run out of road, which I don't have any westbound roads here, which really sucks. I was hoping we did, but we don't. That's all right, we'll keep going. Once we go a little ways south, there's a westbound one, but there's just not one for quite a ways here. A little bit sparse on the roads.
Oklahoma, Lincoln Ocean, George, 379. Break.
Go ahead.
Please reach out to South Metro Fire and see if you can get a trip number and a name for this party. Well, we'll do if I've already been talking to 3 David 4. As soon as he comes on duty, he's going to head straight to the hospital. Over 13, can you show me out the line office report over? Perfect, yeah, copy 1508.
Tornado warning in North Dakota. Yeah, North Dakota, South Dakota could get some severe weather today as well. Northwest Minnesota even. I just like where we're at, guys. I really like chasing in Northeast Colorado. It's one of my favorite places.
It's clear on a 2022 Honda Civic.
It's really pretty out here.
25 out of
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually a little disappointed we haven't chased like the Pueblo, Colorado area. You know, like Colorado Springs to Pueblo to like Lamar, La Junta, Southeast Colorado. I haven't been out there at all this year. I'm really disappointed. I hope we're not going to get shafted out of Southeast Colorado this year, but it's almost looking that way. I wonder if we're just better off stopping we might just be best off stopping for a minute. Let's go up to the next hilltop. The thing is, I can't see the ground behind that hill, which is kind of annoying because it's really hard to figure out what a storm's doing when half of your view is cut off. No, not expecting tornadoes, Michael. All right, we got a fence post here I can set the remote camera on. So give me a second, I gotta set this all up here. Yeah, Pueblo, Colorado's a dump. If anybody's offended by that, then you're probably not from there, because people that are from there tell me it's a dump. It's a dump. It's not a nice place. It is the armpit of Colorado, to put it nicely. Actually, I don't even need to get the remote camera out for this. I'm just gonna time lapse with it, I think. Let's see, what do I need over there? This, and then the camera. Battery's probably dead in it. We don't even need the remote camera.
Video, photo, video,
Cripes. There's 16 freaking options there. Really should take a vertical time lapse. Should I do that? See, I'm really conflicted because a lot of folks want nothing but horizontal video, but vertical video sometimes is cool also. But you can only do one at a time here. Let's see. Let me see if it fits better vertically or horizontally. It actually might look better vertical. Well, I'm taking a vertical time lapse. Never done that before, but why not? The thing about doing it vertical is you get that whole, you get to see more of the storm up and down, which sometimes with these time lapses when they're spinning a little bit is really cool. Alright. Now as long as I stay behind the time lapse camera, I can get out here and do whatever we gotta do.
Mute off.
Oh, it's getting dusty out. A lot of outflow from this, that's for sure. But it's coming from the back of it, so it's what we'd expect. It's not really like a dying storm. Not that kind of outflow. Wow, it is very dusty. I'm gonna come stand in front of the car and get out of the dust. Yeah, I'll look at the other one, I guess. Looking at radar right now. It's super dusty out here.
Copy, thank you. Awesome, 1515.
It's 1516.
Might be actually about to get a little bit of rain. Okay, so yeah, I'm absolutely gonna go get that time-lapse camera before it starts dumping rain. Go down here to Weldona, and then we got an east and a west route, but we're gonna want an east route. All right, I'm gonna go pick that up quick, and I think we're gonna start moving east.
Show 720 clearing available.
Okay. Passenger door open, of course it is. All right, well, we can roll out of here now. Hold on, I gotta get this to stop doing this.
25 status check. 525, if need be.
Okay, so we're gonna go down here. What is this, like 5 miles? Yeah, about 5 miles. And then we've got an east route. We can go east.
24, 5019.
This will put us in a pretty good spot. Get out a little bit ahead of it.
Mutual, full Morgan fire there.
I can 5019.
So it looks like we go through some like twisting, turning roads up here, and then we go east. The reason I want to keep moving east is because the storm's moving southeast, but really anything of interest is going to occur. Ooh, does this road go east? I don't even have that road on the map. Weird. But we really want to stay out ahead of that precipitation. Right over the road, you see it looks almost like it's fog. That's some rain coming down, and we want to stay out of that. Otherwise, we're not going to see anything. It's literally just going to be a wall of rain. So we kind of need to start moving east because that's really blocking our view.
Pueblo, 2 Acre 10, 75. Highway 14, about the 259, with Colorado Charles Young Sam 16 on a white Chevy Suburban. Baker 10 1, plates clear on a white color 2004 Chevy expiring column 25.
Alright, this road needs a road grader. Probably sooner than later. Almost to that road. We gotta make a couple more turns. That's gonna be Highway 114 or Road 114, whatever it is. We'll go forward facing for a minute. We'll take a real quick ride through the town to get to our road.
Your quarter shovel. You lost it.
Did you traffic? Five 25. Any put 7.
525, 24.
Alright, we're coming up on our right turn, which will take us east. And then we can get on 52 and go north a little bit or go east or whatever we want to do. Boy, there ain't much to this town, is there? I don't remember ever driving through here, to be honest. Might be my first time. Most of these places out here I've driven through at least a few times, but I don't really think this one. Wow, look how big that storm is. Anvil going all the way around, that's pretty cool. Well, that's not... Hold on. Well, the car is definitely not on its side, so you guys just hang on a second. I think the damn mount just flipped up. It's got a quick release on it, and I think I forgot to tighten it, so hang on. Oh my god, it is so windy I can barely open the door. Holy cow. You hear that? Yep, that's what happened.
Pueblo, Mr. Baker 10, copy my driver. Go with party. In Colorado, last of McCormick. Mary Charles, Ocean Robert, Mary Ida, Charles King, first of Connor, Charles Ocean, Nora, Ocean Robert, date of birth 3/25 of 2000.
Alright, we're good to go.
Go ahead, he's got a male and female about the same age in the vehicle. Are you showing the client of probation or supervisor release out of the Logan County Courts for last McCormick versus Connor, white male, 325 of 2000, 61181, brown over brown. Showing original charge of assault to strangulation. Break. Also is showing the restrained in one mandatory protection order last of McCormick versus Connor, white male, 325 of 2000, 61181, brown over brown. Showing protected being last of Jerome, first of Damon, white male, 730 of 95. Second protected would be last of Haynes, first of Mariah, white female, 510 of 97. Showing restraint from making any communication with the protected persons, including but not limited to personal written or telephone contact, their employees, fellow workers, or others with whom communication would likely cause annoyance or alarm the victim. It's also prohibited from possessing ammo, purchasing a firearm or other weapon. Looks like compliance with this conditional with their bond. Otherwise, is showing valid, but all regular on a 09 out of Wiggins.
Wow, that guy's really fucked up his life. Holy crap.
Hi, copy. So those are effectively no contact orders, and he's restrained on both. That's what it sounded like to me. Hi, copy. I'll verify the passengers. Can you just put that in the call for me? We'll do 1528, and I'll also need a reason for contact for the notification. Hi, copy. Reason for contact with speed 92 and 65.
Huh. That's it? What needs a warning?
Well, go. You're taking it. I'll be clearing PA. You make your 9, copy 1529.
This needs a warning? No, this storm's not anything.
Setting clear.
It's just pretty.
Copy 1529.
It's nice to look at.
After this, if you want, we can go back and get some more.
And there's a road.
No, because
now we're gonna get stuck behind the road grader.
Beat us here.
Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, that could be a problem.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he's stopping to let us by or what he's doing here.
I got to the stretch.
Doesn't look like he's paying a whole lot of attention. He doesn't even have his blade down. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what he's doing because he's not grading the road.
Yeah, tomorrow. You gonna pick up or just drop?
Not sure what he's doing. Alright, so I don't really see anything unusual happen. Look at that anvil, though. That's really cool. The big cloud going overhead.
Or you can go into the home.
I don't really see anything out of the ordinary happening here. Or anything that's concerning. We're kind of on the north side of Fort Morgan here almost. And we're just going to keep going east until we get a little bit ahead of this.
Like we might be seeing a boundary collision sometime soon south of I-76, south of Fort Morgan, somewhere around there. That could maybe fire some more storms or something.
Yeah, maybe.
For Highway 257 with Colorado plate David Springs, George Young 64 on Black G, partially blocking the number 1 lane along the eastbound side. Can you show me if my right turn signal break? Copy, 3-4. Purple Archer, keep patient clear. Great, you can attach me to Baker County traffic stop. I'll be en route. Coming from Highway 14 and Baltimore Road. Copy, 3-4. Hello, 3 Baker County. Baker County. 2343, I verified the identity of the passengers, and neither of them are the protected. I was just hailing you to let you know that I put photos of the protected in the call. Alright, copy that, thank you.
God dang, this freaking road. Oh, there's a green son of a gun, guys. Hold on. It's still green. It's
385. CDOT was on scene. I notified them that the tow was going to be cut in the fence, so they said they would probably come fix it tomorrow. Move that vehicle further into the center median. They're no longer blocking. I'll be clear.
the tumbleweed is still green. I just took it. I'm not even joking. I just put it in the back of the car. I'm taking it.
Do they have a fast travel for that?
That is negative.
Okay, so they have the engine that was robbed. Okay, thanks.
1536.
Number 4 for this application check. I'm 10-4 for mortgage. County 52-6. On 34, running emergency, check if there's a crash in the area.
Copy 1536.
All right, here we go back east again. Just had to kind of wind ourselves around the roads.
Copy 1537. Denver, VC16. VC16, go ahead. Please, that phone call. We can close it out. Thank you, ma'am. It's 1537.
We probably want to start heading back toward the Sterling area. Kind of, sort of that way anyway.
Little party 3. I got it. Second 41, 1538.
Yeah, we were just out here, what, like 2 weeks ago? Maybe 3 weeks. Had that really pretty storm out here. Close to sunset.
Off duty, have a good day.
Is your help 1538?
Alright, do we really want to go south here? No idea why this guy's car alarm's going off on the side of the road. That's kind of weird. Yeah, we go south. So to go south, we'll take I-76 towards Sterling, kind of. This thing's not doing a whole lot right now. We just kind of need the fastest route to get a little bit east and maybe a little bit north.
Pueblo 2 Baker 10. You can show me clear with the summons 006 and 141.
There's a couple of storms that have actually formed behind this even. But again, none of them, like, we haven't even gotten severe thunderstorm warnings on any of these. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, we don't need severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings or anything like that to have a nice, you know, storm out here. There's a Love's maybe 3 to 5 minutes to the east of here on 76, which we'll be taking over there in Brush. And I think I'm going to stop at that for fuel. I don't know what this storm chaser's in such a hurry for. This guy is just like on my ass there. Now he, oh my God. Damn, I wish I would have the front camera on. He nearly just caused this semi to go off the road. Dude. What is that kid's problem? Like, it's not even severe thunderstorm warned, and you just about took out a 18-wheeler. What the frick, man? And we're all doing 55 and a 45. Like, I don't know what more you want, dude. Unless you really got to take a dump, but even then, holy crap. Some of these kids out here, I swear. Yeah, I like Fort Morgan. They've got like the nicest Hampton Inn you'll ever stay at. But yeah, I really do like it out here. Not so much in the winter though, because I really don't like anything in the winter at all. I just kind of shut down for like 6 months, but in the summer it's nice because it's typically kind of dry. I mean, it feels a little bit humid out here, don't get me wrong. But you don't get this like oppressive tropical air mass by any means. It's really nice out here, I think. You know, it's 85 degrees right now. And a nice blinker, Jesus. It's like 85 degrees right now, but it feels nice. Like, it's not bad out at all. Yeah, we're going east on Interstate 76 now. It's going to be a super quick stop at the Loves. I just have to get gas because it's real easy to get in a little bit of trouble out here if you don't have a full tank of gas when you start. It's not that there aren't gas stations out here, it's just they can be a little far between.
We're rolling in. Can we just make sure there's a high wind advisory put up for 6 acres, if we don't already? Copy, 1546.
Yeah, I learned last, what was it, October? November? I don't know. I learned last year that apparently in Colorado, not really up in the mountains or west of the Rockies, but God bless. But out here on the eastern prairies, the Department of Transportation, and this is coming straight from the horse's mouth. I'm not making this up to try to make fun of anybody. This is honestly what apparently the locals think. and I kind of agree with them. But the Department of Transportation apparently doesn't know what the hell they're doing and just panics. Like last year, they shut down I-70 because there was like an inch of snow on it, and by Lyman. You guys might remember that. And then the Lyman Police Department. You guys know I'm a supporter of law enforcement, but the Lyman Police Department's got some work to do. And I think the more that we call out that police department, the better off they're going to be, because maybe they'll change. But the Lyman Police Department has some of the most hot-headed, unprofessional, and worthless police officers in the country. And I know that may upset some people to hear, but it was really upsetting when they decided to go on a tirade and lock everybody into the city, and then get into a verbal altercation with the State Patrol when the State Patrol ordered them to open the roads. I watched this happen, guys, and it was also I also got the radio traffic, where the city police department was literally telling the state highway police or patrol, whatever they are out here, basically to stand down, and that they had no authority to open the interstate and the state highway barricades. Well, it's the state highway patrol, not the city highway patrol, and they are state highways, so if they want to open them, they can open them. And they got real pissed off, I guess, the state patrol did, and rightfully so, at the city and the Colorado DOT, the CDOT people, because they went and closed the barricades after they opened them, and they're like, you got to let these people out of town, the hotels are booked, like, people have to get out of town, like, you're basically, I specifically remember the radio traffic, which was recorded on live stream, was, quote, you are entrapping people in your town, and there's not enough facility for these people. We've driven I-70 from Denver to Burlington, and it's passable as long as you go slow. It needs to be opened. And the city police department was arguing with them, and it's like, no, they're correct. You're basically entrapping people in your city, and there's not enough services. Basically, the pilot was full. You couldn't park anywhere. Then there was one cop that decided that he wasn't going to let anybody go to the pilot, which you can't. See, the thing is, folks, police officers can't just restrict your travel without reason. I'm not a sovereign citizen. No, what a dumb comment. But you can't just say, hey, there's too many people in the parking lot, you're not allowed to go over there. No, you can't do that. That's not how our Constitution works. And any sheriff's deputy is going to come in and shut that down. However, the sheriff's department did try to shut that down, and they were not allowed past the barricade off of the interstate by the city police department. I'm not joking. They would not let the sheriff's deputy drive into the city. I'm just like, what kind of like cluster F operation is this? Like, you guys are a joke, and you all need to be fired, and your police chief needs to be strung up by his toes for a few minutes and asked what the hell he's doing. I was not impressed at all. That was disgusting behavior. They basically entrapped everybody in the town for, 12 hours? After the state highway patrol said, open the effing barricades, let the people out. It's like, my God. It was just ridiculous. Like, I understand shutting down like city roads and stuff because they're impassable, but you cannot close down roads and restrict people from leaving your city unless there's like a life or death safety situation. And the 2 inches of snow on the road was not a life or death situation, because what happened is they took everybody off the interstate. I guess I should have included this a minute. Basically, the big problem was, folks, is they took everybody off of the interstate and funneled them into Lyman. Instead of flushing the traffic out at Denver and Burlington, they flushed everybody into Lyman. I don't know why. Lyman doesn't really have services. It was stupid. That was CDOT that did that. And then the city police caused the issue, and the sheriff's deputies got into some fights with them, rightfully so, and so did the highway patrol. But I will tell you, the highway patrol or highway police, whatever the hell they are out here, they were kind of the heroes in the situation. So was the sheriff's department, because they eventually basically just said, no, screw you, we are opening it. And I guess whatever road, is it 51, 71? Whatever road goes due south out of Lyman, one of the sheriff's deputies or highway patrol or whatever, whichever one it was, the chain that they used to lock the gate closed, like, so the road is blocked, he took the chain and the padlock. and flat out announced it on the radio. He says, well, I'm going to take the chain and the lock so they can't go back and close it a third time. It's like, oh, damn, they're not pissing around. It's just, it was a mess. I couldn't believe it. Like, it's Colorado. People know how to drive out here. I mean, this is 4x4 Jeep country. You know, everybody knows how to drive in the snow out here. You're going to see people out here driving around little tiny Honda Civics with 4 cylinders, a leaking head gasket that were made in model year 1996. And they're going to have snow tires on the front and bald tires on the back, and they're still going to be driving around in the snow just fine. Like, it's just, people know how to drive out here. I was so appalled by it, you know? It's like, my God. I don't know what got up the city's butt that day, but, you know, I want to make it clear that it wasn't the highway patrol and it was not the sheriff's department by any means. That's for sure. Colorado's got some really good state patrol people. I got a story about that I can tell you in a minute, but we got to go on break here so I can get fuel.
Mute off.
Be right back. Don't go anywhere. I got a story. I'm totally pretending to be on the phone there for a minute, so this creepy guy would not talk to me. There's a really weird dude over there, and I'm not having it. Like, really weird dude. He's like over there freaking tweaking and stuff. Hold on, I'll get us off a break. There we go. Wow. Nice blinker. Not you, this guy over here to the left.
Some good news. We definitely
Or not
have
this guy.
some storms going up to your south along that boundary collision. And there looks to be some vorticity along that boundary that they could be latching onto. So just heads up.
Yeah, I'm not really expecting anything, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of along for the ride at this point.
Alright, sounds good. Yeah, there's a... To your southeast is also a severe warned line segment, but I think that's moving east. But, yeah. It's either the stuff up to the northeast, or that stuff to the south right now.
Yeah, let's go east. Oh, nice blinker.
Ready, guys.
Nice blinker.
Have you come over here?
Fucking kids on the walkie-talkie here. Alright, going east. Well, I mean, hold on. How do I do that here? Just go to the next exit? So I think I want to take the state highway that goes, was it 34? Go toward Yuma. Yeah, we just want to go due east at this point. We don't need to go all the way to Sterling. Yeah, this like tweaker dude was following me around in the store. And so I just pretended to be on the phone, and then I was just acting like I didn't hear him. Factory. That's a new one. I gotta get a new phone mount. This thing's wiggling too much. Take this next exit. But no, I was going to tell you with the Colorado, I don't know if it's state patrol, state police, highway patrol, whatever the hell they are out here, whatever, state cops, don't matter. They seem to be a very well maintained or well run agency, because any of my dealings with them have been extremely positive, and I've had a lot of dealings with them because, so prior to storm chasing, when I used to have like time for hobbies, there's a Colorado group, well, several of them, but there's one that covers a lot of area out by like Telluride and Ouray, Silverton, and like the San Juan Mountain, part of the Rocky Mountains, southwest Colorado, like north of Durango. And it's a volunteer group, and we'd go out there with four-wheel drives and shit, and, you know, pull people out and, you know, volunteer like four-wheel drive recovery and stuff. And it's basically just a redneck excuse to go out and F around with your Jeep or your truck that you built. So I would go out there for like 2 or 3 weeks every summer and just, you know, piddle shit around. It was fun. But, you know, there were a lot of times where we'd get asked to recover vehicles or whatever, and sometimes there'd be damage involved or an accident involved or something up on trails and stuff, and state cops would get involved, or county cops or whatever. But state cops were always really nice and never gave anybody a hard time, even if it was their fault. But a couple years ago, Nikki and I were going out. I had a 1999 Ford Expedition. Those are fantastic vehicles, by the way, as long as you can keep spark plugs in them and not blowing out. But fantastic vehicles. Except this one, it was a real nice one. It only had like 110,000 miles on it or something. It was really clean, no rust. A super nice vehicle, really nice SUV. I only paid $1,300 for it. The guy just wanted to get rid of it. Like, he didn't even care. He just wanted to get rid of it. Well, I put a bunch of miles on it. And I'm like, yeah, let's take this out. So we're gonna go take it up in the mountains and, you know, off-road, off-grid, all sorts of stuff. Just like we did live last June before my truck blew up. We're going out and do that, and west of Denver, I think my transfer case blew up. Something failed in the transfer case, and it went, I was doing like 70 miles an hour down a 7% grade. It wasn't at Vail, it was before Vail, so it wasn't like that Ike Gauntlet or whatever the hell it is, but it was closer to Denver, but it was like a 7% grade, and I'm doing, you know, 70, 75, almost 80 miles an hour, no problem. And all of a sudden I hear this bang and this snapping sound, and the truck starts slowing down like really fast, and I'm like, well, that's weird. And I honestly thought that it, like, the transmission missed a shift or something.
Storm to your south.
And there's a plane. What the frick? That's totally for decoration. Oh my god, it's a legit plane crash. It's got caution tape and everything on it. What the frick? What the frick was that? Anyway, so I thought it was the transmission, like, skipped a gear or something. I'm like, that's weird. So I put it in neutral and I put it back in drive. And at this point, it's making these like terrible noises, and I'm just like, what in the hell could this even be? And I didn't even think about it. But for some reason, the transfer case shifted itself into low. I don't know how. But anyway, pull over, and I figured, I'm like, God, this thing is stuck in low. I stopped at like 2 or 3 shops. Not a single one of those assholes that had a shop out there would help. I literally told all 3 of them, I said, look, I have a blank check. I have a credit card. Whatever it costs for you to look at this and tell me what to do with it, or fix it, or whatever, just tell me how much you want. I have no choice. Oh, we can't get to it for 2 or 3 weeks. Every single one of them said that. And I'm like, I will literally pay you double to fix it. We're on a vacation. I'm stranded. Like, I am stranded. I need help. Not a single one of them gave a shit. Well, F you guys. So I went, there was a fourth, like either a third or a fourth one that we were going to drive it to and see if they would help. Because, of course, nobody was answering the freaking phones. So I was going to get back on the interstate and drive it real slow down the breakdown lane at about 30 miles an hour. Because, you know, at this point, I know the transfer case is shot. So it's like, well, what, you know, you burn it up, whatever. Well, I turn around and we're driving like 30 miles an hour, and it shot, I heard a bang, and it shot the front and the rear drive shaft out of the vehicle. I'm not even kidding. The front, like the little half shaft, drive shaft that goes from transfer case to the front diff on those, that went flying out the back, and a moment or two later, the actual drive shaft went flying. And I'm just like, oh, that's nice. So you know that transfer case locked up solid. So that's awesome. So that was great. So we like coasted into this fire department. I knew it was a fire department, but I could not tell you. Oh Oh, for fuck's sakes. Sorry, I couldn't tell you what fire department it was, but I knew it was the fire department. Could not get an Uber, could not get a tow truck, could not get AAA, I could not get anybody because we were 5 miles outside of everybody's coverage area. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I could not get cellular data to look up any sort of phone numbers or anything. So I'm like, whatever. So I have to call 911 and I'm like, all right, here's the deal. I can't find any effing numbers. I don't know where the F I am. I'm at a fire department. There's fire trucks in the fire department building, but there's no name on the building. There's no address placard. There's literally no identifying information here. I don't know what the hell this is. And, well, she found me, and it was one of the state patrol dispatchers, and she found where the hell we were. And she was all the way down at Fairplay. She flat out told me that if nobody was going to come get us, that she would personally drive her minivan at the end of her shift at like midnight to come up there and get us to a hotel. This was at 4 in the afternoon. Fairplay was like 3 hours away. And I'm like, well, I appreciate it, but I'd really like to get the hell off the side of the road before here, and I really would prefer to get a freaking tow truck too, you know, because my truck's broke. Well, they finally were able to get us a tow truck, but the tow truck just went MIA, like he wasn't answering, and we're like, we don't even know. So they sent a state cop out, and this guy was like the nicest guy ever. He went down and talked to a sheriff's deputy that was off duty at his house to see if he would be willing to give us a ride back to Denver. He said that he was, but he wouldn't be able to do it for several hours. So this guy's like, well, I'm not supposed to leave my district or whatever, or my assigned zone, but he's like, you've got no option. I'm going to drive you to Denver. I'm like, okay. So we go to get in his car, and he's like, hold on a second. Just don't get in there yet. Because I was going to open the front door. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, what? Like, this guy got somebody in here? And he opens the door, and he just starts pulling out, like, gun after gun out of this car. Like, I don't know where this guy was coming from or where he was going, but he just looks back. He's got a rifle in each hand, and he looks back at me, and he goes, do guns bother you? And I'm like, no. He's like, okay, good, because there's a lot of them in this car right now. Just give me a second. I'm like, okay. And he opens the trunk, and then he starts pulling more guns out of the back seat. I'm just like, I didn't even ask. I'm just like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know where he was coming from or where he was going to, but anyway, we get in his car, and he's like, you know, I probably should at least, like, run one of you, you know, just for protocol. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So I give him my driver's license, and I was like, yeah, I've got a warrant out of, you know, Wisconsin or something. And he just looks at me, and he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm very serious. I've got a warrant. And he's like, okay, I'm going to ask you again, and if, you know, if the answer is, you know, you don't want to give me your identification, I'm just going to go ahead and ask your girlfriend for hers instead. So can you give me your driver's license, or did you forget it and I need to get hers? And basically what he was getting at is, I was joking. I didn't have a warrant. It was a joke. Is he took the joke seriously. He didn't realize I was joking, and he was trying to do me a solid, knowing that whatever warrant I probably had out of Wisconsin was not going to be extraditable. And he was trying to do me a favor anyway of not putting us through that, and just being like, okay, well, maybe I should your the other person's license and attach that to the call. But I was just like, no, dude, I'm joking. It's fine. And he's like, you're sure, right? I'm like, I promise, it's just a joke. But this guy goes to drive us. Super nice guy. Gave me his cell phone number on the back of his card in case we had any problems getting the vehicle, anything like that. I mean, yes, that's really their job, but at the same time, like, went above and beyond, and I really appreciated that because that was a really shitty day for us. I mean, he offered to take us to go get something to eat and everything. I mean, that guy, and I actually emailed somebody at, like, the public affairs department or whatever with Colorado State Patrol or something, and was like, this guy, and I gave him his radio number and I gave him his name off of the business card. I was like, this guy seriously deserves some sort of a raise or something. So that guy was honestly a fine example of how law enforcement should be acting out here. Someone said something a few minutes ago, but I was in the middle of talking. I don't know if I missed anything or not.
Yeah, it's no problem. I was just saying they put a special weather statement out for that storm south you for land spouts, but it looks like crap now, so I think that was the right call to not go.
Yeah, I think they all looked like crap for a while. I'm surprised they did that.
Yeah, there was a little bit of some convergence along that boundary. I see why they put it out, but it's just falling apart now.
Alright, we're headed toward the severe thunderstorm warning. We are almost to the severe thunderstorm warning. This guy. Now they go to pass him, he floors it. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. God, I hate when people do that.
indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Otis, Elba, and Hyde. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. The National Weather Service in Denver has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for south central Logan County in northeastern Colorado, northeastern Washington County in northeastern Colorado until 4:45 p.m. At 4:07 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles west of Burdick, or 15 miles north of Akron, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Otis, Burdick, Lone Star, and Plattner. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. The National Weather Service in Denver has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Washington County in northeastern Colorado until 4:30 p.m. At 4:10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles northeast of Arakairi School, or 27 miles southeast of Akron, moving east at 15 miles an hour. Hazard, 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include main rural areas of east central Washington County. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch 492 in effect until 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following areas. In Colorado, this watch includes 10 counties in east central Colorado: Elbert, Lincoln; in northeast Colorado: Adams, Arapahoe, Logan, Morgan, Phillips, Sedgwick, Washington, Wells. This includes the cities of Akron, Aurora, Centennial, Elizabeth, Fort Morgan, Greeley, Holyoke, Julesburg, Kiowa, Lyman, Sterling, Clinton, Westminster, and Windsor. Primary threats include scattered damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 75 miles an hour, likely scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter possible. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms.
God dang, friggin' bottle.
Persons in these areas should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Severe thunderstorms can occasionally do produce tornadoes. A strong thunderstorm will impact southern Morgan and northeastern Adams counties until 4:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 4:04 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, the upper radar was tracking colliding boundaries over Adams School, or 11 miles south of Fort Morgan, and is stationary. Hazard, landspouts, and wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Source, radar indicated. Impact, minor damage to outdoor objects is possible. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. Locations impacted include 12-mile corner, Adama School, Adama, and Hoyt. Monitor the weather situation closely and be alert for threatening weather conditions. This is NOAA All Hazards Radio. Your normal program has been suspended due to severe weather in the listening area. For full information, visit www.weather.gov/Denver. Stay tuned for important emergency information. The National Weather Service in Denver has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Washington County in northeastern Colorado until 4:30 p.m. At 3:57 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles north of Elba, or 10 miles south of Akron, moving east at 15 miles an hour. Had 60 miles an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail.
Look at that weird structure over there. We've got 2 colliding storms. If you guys are using Radar Omega, you can take a look at radar. We're looking just off to the north of Akron there, northeast of Akron. We're coming into Akron, by the way. It's just a really goofy looking structure.
Damaging winds and large hail.
So these two storms collide.
The National Weather Service in Denver has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for East Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
Watch this guy walk right out in front of me.
At 4:10 p.m. Mountain Daylight
No.
Time,
Good choice.
storm was located 9 miles
Good choice. Walking out in front of cars is bad.
27 miles southeast of Akron, moving east at 15 miles an hour.
Bad.
Hazard 60 miles an hour, wind gusts to quarter-size hail. Source radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include mainly rural areas of east central Washington County. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is
All right, so we're in Akron.
damaging winds and large hail.
As soon as we get east of town, we'll have a good view.
For south central Logan County, the storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. Monday for a portion of northeast Colorado. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:45 p.m. for northeastern Washington County. At 4:20 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Vernon, or 17 miles northeast of Akron, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Hazard 60 miles an hour, wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Otis, Vernon, Placard, and Lone Star. Seek shelter inside a well-built.
You only let people who drive expensive cars run you over? That's a good choice. Smart business decision. Look at the storm interaction out here. This is really cool looking. Man, the geoengineering people are going to just freak out over this. See that right there, guys? That's what's causing it. That thing right there that looks like a sombrero, that's what they're using to run the weather. That's why this is interesting over here. That's how this geoengineering shit works. That's a HARP transmitter. Hold on, I'm going to stop real quick to take a little video here for the geoengineering folk. They're going to love this.
Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Vernon, 17 miles northeast of Akron, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Hazard 60 miles an hour, wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source radar indicated. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Otis, Vernon, Placard, and Lone Star. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. for east central Washington County. At 4:23 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Otis, or 16 miles east of Akron, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Hazard 60 miles an hour, wind gusts and half-dollar size hail. Source radar indicated.
10 minutes.
Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding,
Level 3, David 1.
locations impacted include Otis and Hyde.
I'll be up pretty. Have a good
Shelter
evening.
inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch 492 in effect until 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following areas. In Colorado, this watch includes
Nice looking storm, guys.
Central Colorado, Elbert, Lincoln, in North
No.
Very nice.
No, that is not one of those VOR receivers for the FAA. That is not what that is. That is a HARP transmitter. They use that to create the instability and the low pressure. That's what that is. You've been misinformed, and I'm sorry that you've been misinformed so severely, guys. But I really need you guys to get with the program and understand that those are HARP transmitters. That at least that's what I've been told on the internet. So really tired of the misinformation. That's clearly a weather controlling instrument. I mean, get real here. The earth is flat. That is a beautiful looking storm, though. You're right, it could have to do with that plane that crashed back there. Maybe the plane was controlling the weather. I don't know. Still can't believe we found a crashed plane. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I don't know if that was actually the HARP transmitter or if that was just the HARP monitor, you know, because they've got transmitters and receivers all over. I don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. But I'm sure there's an expert on Facebook that knows exactly what it was. Guys, I've actually received 2 death threats in the past 4 days of lunatics claiming that I'm controlling the weather out here. I'm not even joking. Look at this. My question is this a land spout happening? Or is that just dust? It almost looks like it could be a land spout under there. See how that dust is kind of in a column? You see what I'm getting at here? I can't really tell. It's weird how it's kind of in a column and it's detached from the rest of the dust. It does look questionable. I don't think it is, but it's one of those things that I like to point out. You know, I'm not going to sit here and call things tornadoes and stuff like that unless I know what it is, but I've got no problem pointing interesting things out, and to me that's interesting. We got a good looking storm here. I'm really happy with this. Yeah, one of the things that says that could potentially be or have been a land spout is the fact that that's right where these 2 storms kind of are colliding. So you got those boundary interactions, but I don't think it is, but it was just something I kind of wanted to point out. Probably aliens, you're right. Should have known better. We're headed east, right toward this thing. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a pan around here. Take a look off to the north. See some nice color in that storm. And we'll look behind us too, even though there's not much happening. May actually want to drop a little bit south, maybe out of Otis. Alright, this will be Otis coming up.
You've got to be joking. We have a observed tornado for Yuma to your northeast, or just north of Yuma.
Alright, I'm I'm sure it's just something spun up on the leading edge and nothing of much interest.
Yeah, probably a land spout. It doesn't mention it's law enforcement confirmed though, so it might be a tornado or something.
Yeah, there's likely not a tornado up there.
9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainland areas of northwestern Utah County, including the following locations. A tornado has been issued until 5 night time for the following counties.
We're going to shut it down and
An hour. Events at 2 inches and storm watch means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms in and close watch area. Persons in these areas should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Severe thunderstorms can occasionally do produce tornadoes. You are listening to the All Hazards Radio, broadcasting 24 hours a day on...
They got some hail here. You see all that leaf debris on the ground? There's been some hail. Oh yeah, sure as hell. There's hail on the ground over there on the left. Not much, but there's some hail. So there's been some hail falling. I don't think it's anything big, but there's been some hail. They did issue a tornado warning north of Yuma. That's well out of range for us right now, but I don't really believe it, honestly. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Issued a tornado warning for northwestern Utah County in northeastern Colorado till 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It's 4:36 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. A confirmed tornado is located near Lone Star, or 14 miles north of Yuma, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Expected hazards included a damaging tornado. A tornado has been confirmed by law enforcement. The following effects are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Yuma County, including the following locations: Clarkville. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following counties: Yuma, Colorado. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for northwestern Yuma County. At 4:27 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles northeast of Otis, or 9 miles northwest of Yuma, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard to inhale and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Severe weather has been confirmed by train spotters. Impact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Yuma and Clarkville. This includes Highway 385 to 3 mile markers 267 and 270. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. The storm is producing large hail. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. The storm is producing destructive winds and large damaging hail. Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following county: Yuma, Colorado.
We got past
You're
these people.
listening to NOAA. All hazards, radio station WXM 87, Ray, Colorado. Normal programming has been interrupted due to hazardous weather. The strong wind gusts of a severe thunderstorm can damage buildings, knock down trees, and create a hazard due to wind-blown debris. If you are in the open, seek shelter, but avoid trees as these are targets for lightning. The National Weather Service in Goodland has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Yuma County in northeastern Colorado until 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 4:36 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Lone Star, or 14 miles north of Yuma, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Expected hazards included a damaging tornado. A tornado has been confirmed by law enforcement. The following effects are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damaged roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur.
I gotta get around these people. We're doing like 45. Come on. Gosh, every time we get a passing zone, though, there's oncoming cars. Just not having very good luck here. It'll take all but 2 seconds to pass them. We're going so freaking slow. How about like right now? Yeah, just like that.
Or 9 miles northwest of Yuma, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard to inhale and 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Severe weather has been confirmed by train spotters. In fact, people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs.
Alright, I'm just not very impressed with that tornado warning. I'm really not. I mean, we're going to be in range, maybe, at some point, but we're going east. We're going to punch through the core and come out on the east side and see what we can find here. So we got to get east of this thing to see anything.
Seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. This storm is producing destructive winds and large damage.
Oh! Joey, one of the dumbest passes you've ever witnessed? Oh, don't delete that, mods. Leave it. We're going to talk about Joey for a minute. All right, Joey, since you're an expert driver, I'll have you know, I'm actually a driving instructor. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I was actually asked to go help out and teach or assistant instruct an EVOT class in 2 weeks because somebody's backed out of it. Can you believe that? I'm authorized to teach emergency vehicle operators how to drive an emergency vehicle. Can you believe my stupid, worthless ass that is such an idiot and doesn't know how to drive? Can you believe that? My God. Can you believe that, guys? I just passed people that were doing 44 miles an hour in a posted 65 under pretty light rain conditions where the road is not hydroplaning or anything. Can you believe that? I passed them and I only had to do 57 miles an hour to pass them. Can you believe how stupid and dangerous that was of me? Where I could see for a good solid mile, everybody's got their lights on, and the nearest car was way up around the corner. Can you believe how dangerous that was? Oh my God, I put everybody at risk. You're gonna have to call Congress and everything and have me sentenced to life in prison for that. Man, that was so dangerous. Damn it. I'm so stupid. Sarcasm. I hope you guys got the sarcasm. God damn, get a life. Oh my God, he wants to drive more than 45 miles per hour in the rain with good tires on a flat road where there's no accumulation of water on the road. How dare he go 52 miles per hour? Ugh, crying out loud. Hold on, guys. What's that? What was the guy's name? Was it John or Joe? I forgot his name. Hey, come up from the basement. Oh, hey, what? Did you guys hear that? That was his mom. Hold on. Hang on, John, or whatever your name was, Mom. He's over here. He's too busy complaining about my driving. Okay, tell him to come up for dinner. Okay, John or Joe, whatever. Your mom's calling. She wants you to get out of the basement and go up for dinner. Put the Xbox away and go up for dinner, please. Thank you. I can hear her calling from here. Joey. Okay, same thing. Sorry. Same thing. Sometimes I'm funny. Well, your opinion is wrong, so.
I'm ready, 20 in and out.
About out of this core.
Fire, pretty ambulance. Road, Adam, Road 26, have a lightning strike fire. Again, Road, Adam, Road 26, 1649.
What is it like to be a storm chaser? Great question. So, if you're live streaming your storm chases, basically what you do is you drive around and look at clouds and then get ridiculed for everything you do. Like, oh, you didn't stop at that stop sign for 3 Mississippis. You were only at that stop sign for 2.5 Mississippis. Oh, I'm calling the police. That's basically what it consists of. I don't know if any of you guys recognize this place. Did you see that church on the right? If not, back it up a few frames. We parked right here and watched the Yuma tornado 2 years ago. You guys remember that? That church with the red roof? The red steel roof? At the time, it was a green roof. It had some storm damage from that storm, so they replaced it with a red one. I don't know what's going on here. People are acting like hail came through here. Everybody's like parked in the car washes and stuff. But I don't see any hail on the ground. So I don't know if hail came through here or what. Or if people just parked under the car wash to park under the car wash, I don't know. Hold on, we got the free undercarriage wash in this lane. Alright. We might actually get into a little bit of small hail up here. I don't think it's gonna be the full 2 inches that they're saying. I think that's going to be a little bit farther up to the north.
Locations impacted include Beulah and Caldwell. This hit from Highway
Road debris.
85 to 3 mile mark with
There's a pizza box.
7 and 6 right, road 7 complete. Point clear. Road going into the room on the lowest floor of the building. The storm is producing large hail. Keep shelter out inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. The storm is producing destructive winds and large damaging hail. Keep shelter out inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for the following counties: Yuma, Colorado. The National Weather Service in Goodland has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Yuma County and northeastern Colorado until 5 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It's 4:36 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. A confirmed tornado located for zone 4, more than 2 miles north of Yuma, bringing it to 20 miles per hour.
Am I seeing this right? They still have that marked as observed tornado from like half an hour ago? Or is it just not updating?
Yeah, it's still clear.
What are we doing?
We have 3. Ziva and 28, Adam and 26, and Frank and 26 and a half.
Alright, having a little bit of issue with cell signal here, just a little bit. Starlink is still pulling through for us though. There might be people stopped in the road up here. What is going on? Oh, here's a guy with no lights on. Oh no, never mind. He's driving away from us. Those are tail lights. This is the hail core right here, so people might just be kind of panicking a little bit. There might have been some bigger hail a little bit ago, but I think we're relatively safe from it right now. This guy's half in the lane, half on the breakdown. I don't know what he's doing. If he's trying to pull back out or what. I don't think he knows what he's doing. Start to see some clear air. The light is at the end of the tunnel up here. We're almost out of this, and then we'll be able to get a look at the storm. That guy is really riding his bumper. Good Lord.
Damage to roof, windows, and vehicles will occur.
Almost through, guys.
Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will
Yeah, the storm's starting to bow out of the wind threat. Still rated for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but I wouldn't be surprised if it keeps changing a bit.
Yeah, it's actually impressively windy in here right now.
A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time for northwestern Yuma County. The 4:27 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was
Really see these rain curtains blowing across the road. Holy smokes. Wow. This is, this definitely is deserving of the severe thunderstorm warning for sure. There is some very strong wind in here.
Locations of practice include Yuma and Clarkville. This includes Highway 385 between mile markers 267 and 270. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. This sturdy structure and stay away from windows.
Sorry about that. I hit a button and switched the mic on and off, but didn't blow anybody's ears out. Might be some dust up here. You see that layer of brown? I wonder if that's a big dust plume up ahead.
The National Weather Service in Goodland has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Yuma County in northeastern Colorado until 5 p.m. Mountain to Daylight Time. It's 4:36 p.m. Mountain to Daylight Time. A confirmed tornado is located near Lone Star, or 14 miles north of Yuma, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Expected hazards included a damaging tornado. A tornado has been confirmed by law enforcement. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught with...
I think that is a big layer of dust and dirt up ahead. All that brown. Probably gonna have to drive through a big dust cloud here by the looks of it. That'll be nice. The car's all wet, so it'll all stick. Great. It's gonna be a mess. That might be way the hell up there, though. It's hard to tell. That might be way up there. That could be 10 miles up ahead, you know? Alright, starting to finally get a little bit out of this heavy rain so we can start to see things again. So that's good. That makes me happy. I see the comment about the rotation off to my left on radar off to the north. I don't have enough time to safely analyze that, but I imagine what that probably, because I mean I do see the pretty colors there. It's probably just really strong outflow coming around the back side of this. I don't know, I'd have to look at it closer, but there were some really heavy winds in there, guys. I was impressed. Actually, I'm wondering if that's actually a fire over there. It looks more like a fire. It looks more like smoke than dust.
Attention Juanita Fire, please be on standby for Ray Fire. Juanita Fire, please be on standby for Ray Fire. Eric 1700.
I think that's a large fire over there. It's probably going to get extinguished in about 30 seconds when this rain comes through, though.
Perfect, thank you.
But yeah, that is definitely fire because that's not really in the inflow of this thing, so that's not dust. I'm pretty confident that's fire. Probably from lightning. That is a big fire, though. If it's if the smoke is lingering like that, oh my God. I don't know if that's the fire they were talking about or not. I didn't catch the location on it when they sent it out a few minutes ago.
You can see it on a correlation coefficient too, the fire. It's if that's what it actually is, it's like 5 to 6 miles south of Eckley.
That would probably line up about where I'm looking because I'm just about to Eckley and it definitely looks like it's just a few miles to the south. But yeah, that's got to be a fire. It almost looks like there could be two of them.
Yeah, that checks out. Actually, yeah. Now that you mention it, there actually is another little area of a lowered CC what is that, like 5-ish miles southeast of the other fire? So yeah, there are 2 areas there where there could be a fire.
Alright, yeah, it looks pretty big.
840, this is Vernon 820. We have 2 water
I'm surprised you can see it on radar. You'd think the rain would be
26 and 88.
covering that up, but actually
you need
no,
one
it's pretty
over
visible.
there at your fire at the fruit level.
Yeah, that's a big fire down there, good lord.
21, 1702.
820, same traffic.
820, grade 20, 1703.
Once we get out of the rain, we'll see it better.
21 to Vernon 801, we've got 2 water trucks over here at the fire.
Yeah, that's probably going to get extinguished pretty quick, though, with all this rain coming.
Short time park down on FL back center of the circle. Grade 11, rate 01.
Probably lightning caused it, I'm sure.
Yeah, did you guys go to the stubble fire or the fire west of Vernon? Well, the stubble fire, and I only have 1 guy, so if you have anybody? 10-4, be there in a bit.
Alright, we're starting to get a little bit ahead of this thing. Might end up with some really cool looking shelf cloud type action here soon. I agree, it would be nice if people didn't try to eat the radio microphone, I swear. I don't know how anybody can understand that sometimes, but it's a big issue with P25 systems. With analog, you had a little bit more bandwidth, and the audio quality when they were eating the mic is a little better, but just with the voice compression and everything with P25, oh my god, it just sounds like someone's got a sock in their mouth. I'm not a fan of P25 systems. I honestly just would prefer an analog simulcast system with really good coverage over anything P25, trunked or conventional. Honestly, I honestly just don't like the audio on P25. I have a hard time hearing anything. It's also got, it sounds very shrill. Like when you get someone with a high voice or if there's a noise in the background, just that digital compression. Oh, it's just awful. It really hurts your ears. You issued a new warning off to our north, 1.75 inch hail.
What do you guys bring to the front of it? I'm hoping this is the front of it. 10-4? Hey, did I not hold up? I got another guy who can jump on the front with.
This guy's probably fixing to get past. Thanks, Robbie. I kind of agree to a point. I know that sounds kind of self-centered, but Nathan Moore and David Baxter kind of started doing things this way on Twitch before I did. But I was kind of the one that brought this to YouTube. And anytime I say it, I get told, oh no, it was so-and-so. It's like, no, because I started doing this in this style in this format in 2019, and so-and-so was 15 years old in 2019 or something like that.
Yeah, you sure with this fire at 26 and a half under control? We're in Mumbai.
There's a lot of storm chasers out here who call themselves veteran storm chasers, and they're like, I've been chasing storms for 15 years. Okay, and you're 25 years old, so how have you been chasing for 15 years? I started chasing when I was 10. No, you did not. No, you did not. Like, just shut up. Like,
I don't think so at this time, Jim. I think we had it under control.
God bless, I swear. You're not a veteran at anything until you've got at least 10 years in, and I would almost argue that you need to have more than that, and you need to be kind of known for something. Oh my God, we got a gust NATO, don't we? No, we just got gust. Damn it, it's just dust. All right, I got excited. Son of a gun. I was totally going to take my shoes off and run into that damn field and get that thing on GoPro. Son of a gun. Just a dry field. I thought we had a gust NATO spin up. I was absolutely going to run into it. That's been my goal for several years now, is to intercept on foot a gust NATO with a GoPro. I just haven't gotten to it. Wow, look at that. That is a very dry field. Oh, that's not, it's almost like a dig site. Like, is that like a mine or something? I'm not sure what that is. Gravel pit, maybe? I don't think I'm going through life bitter and angry. I don't think explaining what's going on is really bitter, negative anger. I definitely have my right to stand up for what I believe in, and just because people do that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. If you stand by and just get walked on your entire life, you're going to die disappointed that everybody has taken everything you worked hard for away from you and made a mockery out of it. And that's not how I want to die someday. Just saying. I think people on here sometimes, no offense audience, but I think sometimes we need to just chill out a little bit and understand sometimes I like to joke around. And it's okay to change the channel. Like, nobody's going to tape your eyelids open and force you guys to watch if you don't want to watch. If you don't like it, you are more than welcome to not watch, I guess. And I think sometimes we just need to remember that. I cannot stand Oprah, and I cannot stand Ellen or The View. I can't stand any of them. I think they're all arrogant assholes. So you know what? I just don't watch them. I just don't watch them. And I don't like that guy that replaced George Williams or Bill whatever the hell his name was, the news anchor on NBC, whatever that not George Steffa. What the hell's his name? God damn it, Lester something. I don't like him. So you know what? I don't watch NBC anymore. So simple as that. And I can't stand Fox Weather. So you know what? I just don't watch them. Simple. If we get up on a hill here, I'm going to get out and take another YouTube short for the geoengineering specialists here so they can analyze this and tell me how the geoengineering has caused the fires and all that. It looks like the fire is actually getting put out. I don't see much smoke anymore. It probably wasn't as big as we thought. Hoping we get a shelf cloud or something on this thing. We're almost to Ray. If I remember right, there's a big hill before you go into Ray. I could be wrong. It's either right before or right after Ray. We'll stop up on the hill.
We're in 801, Ray 01.
Look at this dummy pulling right out in front of me. Yeah, they got that fire out, it looks like. That was fast. Oh, what can we see here?
Running 830, Ray 801.
The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 492, effective until 9 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time or 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties: Yuma, Colorado, and Cheyenne, Kansas.
All right, I think that hill is right after Ray. The wind's really blowing around out here, though. Holy smokes. But my goal is to just get a little bit ahead of this damn thing. Like, we've been playing catch-up for the past half an hour. We just need to get a little bit ahead of it, pick out the best area, and then go for that. We're almost to that point here. Almost. But it is just getting super dusty out here. But this is actually a really pretty part of the state. And, oh, well, we got a green light, guys. Mark it down in the history book. It's not a red light. It's probably about to be red.
We're in 833, Ray 01.
Wednesday, sunny, hot with highs in the upper 90s. South winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-60s.
Look at that flag flapping around up there.
10 to 15 miles per hour.
How windy it is.
Partly cloudy. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon.
We're in 801, Ray 01.
Chance of rain 20%. Thursday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. A 20% chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday, mostly sunny. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. With highs in the upper 80s. Chance of rain 20%.
All right, yeah, we'll get up on this hill and see what we can see here. Ray is kind of down in this little, like, valley almost. It's weird because everything out here is pretty flat, but you come here and it's almost like you're in a canyon.
Slight chance of thunderstorms. Highs in the lower 80s. Chance of rain 40%. Saturday night, partly cloudy with a 20% chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. Sunday, mostly sunny. hail, damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado during the early evening hours, then transitioning to a large-scale wind threat with winds 60 to 75 miles per hour expected later this evening as they move through the remainder.
Ray 801, Ray 31.
And now the extended outlook for the period Tuesday through Sunday. There is a marginal risk for severe thunderstorms on Tuesday in northeast Colorado and adjacent areas of
Yeah, we just got full of water, so you can send us wherever you want us to go.
with a lower risk for hail. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation may be required. The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 492, effective until 9 p.m. Mountain or 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following county: Yuma, Colorado, and Cheyenne, Kansas, and Gummy, Nebraska. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including a large hail.
All right. Well, anywhere that we find a nice flat spot, we will we'll pull over now. Just watch.
Should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to the weather radio, commercial radio, and television outlets or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the rear listening area. Tonight, partly cloudy with thunderstorms likely until midnight, and mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be
Looks like we're coming up on top of a hill here in a second. Yeah, that'd be a good spot.
lows in the upper 50s. South winds 5 to 15 miles per hour, becoming northeast 5 to 10 miles per hour after midnight. Chance of precipitation 70%. Tuesday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 90s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, becoming 10 to 15 miles per hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, partly cloudy with slight chance of thunderstorms until midnight, and mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 20%. Wednesday, sunny, with highs in the upper 90s. South winds 5 to 15 miles per hour.
I will say that I did not expect to end up
Lows in the mid-60s.
this far south. I honestly thought we were going to end up closer to like North Platte today.
Thursday, partly cloudy. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. With highs in the upper 90s. Chance of rain 20%. Thursday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. A 20% chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday, mostly sunny. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Hot with highs in the upper 80s. Chance of rain 20%. Friday night,
I'm going to stop here and go over there and pull off the road.
lows in the mid-50s.
I don't see a driveway or anything to turn around in, so this guy's just going to have to go around me. Like, I can't make it any more obvious. I got lights on, blinker on, etc. So, there you go. Figured it out.
Chance of rain 40%.
We're just going to have to kind of drive down. I actually probably just drive down there by those railroad tracks, actually.
Lows in the upper 50s. Sunday, mostly sunny.
This will work for me.
Hot with highs in the lower 90s. Sunday night and Monday, partly cloudy. Hot. Lows in the lower 60s. Highs in the lower 90s.
All right, we're just going to watch from here for a minute.
Here is the hazardous weather outlook for extreme southwest Nebraska, northwest Kansas, and east central Colorado.
Wonder if the roof camera's got a better shot.
WICOM show Ray 830 and 831 headed back to our 800.
1722.
Outlook for the period Tuesday through Sunday, there is a marginal risk for Central Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties: Yuma, Colorado, and Cheyenne, Kansas, and Dunedin, Nebraska. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in a closely watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent,
Well, there's really not a whole lot happening here, is there?
for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to our weather radio, commercial radio, and internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Ray listening area. Tonight, partly cloudy with thunderstorms, likely then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail. Lows in the upper 50s. South winds 5 to 15 miles per hour, becoming northeast 5 to 10 miles per hour after midnight.
Oh, you missed the lightning. Gosh damn it. Oh, we almost had it too. It was right over there. It was good lightning too. A little disappointed we missed it. Wow, wind is really picking up. There probably is 60, 70 mile an hour winds on the leading edge of this. Well, you just missed the coolest lightning I've ever seen off to the left. Whoa, you got that one. All right, back east. This is like nothing's happening, guys. At least not right here.
Would you please show Ray 12 clearing the scene on 26 and FF headed back to 800?
1727.
There's really no structure in that storm, is there?
KW.com. Ray 801, KW.com.
It's severe warning.
5 to 10 miles per hour, becoming east 10 to 15 miles per hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, partly cloudy with slight chance of thunderstorms until midnight, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s. Southeast winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of precipitation 20%. Wednesday, sunny, hot with highs in the upper 90s. South winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Thursday, partly cloudy. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Hot with highs in the upper 90s. Chance of rain 20%.
Ping ping and
Thursday
41.
night, partly cloudy
Fire with
until
electrical
midnight,
lines
then
down.
clearing.
YW has been notified.
A 20% chance of thunderstorms.
Again, County Road 41. County
Lows
Road
in the
Ping
lower
Ping.
60s.
Time now, 17:20.
Friday, mostly sunny. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Hot with highs in the upper 80s. Chance of rain 20%. Friday night, partly cloudy with a 50% chance of thunderstorms.
And this will be King King
Lows in the
and
mid-50s.
41.
Saturday, partly cloudy in the morning, then clearing. Chance of showers in the morning.
I was trying to avoid a giant hole in the road.
Chance of rain 30%. Saturday night.
Surprised they haven't put this new warning out over the radio. It hasn't gone off for it. But it's for 70 mile per hour winds. We might want to honestly stop up here and just watch for another minute or two. It's for thunderstorm warning and it's moving at 60 miles per hour. So it'll be here any second. Let's just maybe find a spot to stop. Again.
Ray 20, ping traffic.
I think this is the Kansas line up here. Should be a spot to pull off. I just don't remember. Yeah, this is the Nebraska. What? Oh yeah, I guess it is Nebraska, isn't it? It is Nebraska. For like a few miles. That's about it. Oh shit, that just spilled.
48, 17, 31.
All Ray trucks, be advised that all those corners are washed out going to 41 and King King off of 39.
Alright, we'll watch for a minute. Let's see if we get these 70 mile an hour winds or not.
Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for the Ray listening area. Tonight, partly cloudy with thunderstorms likely until midnight, then mostly clear after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds and large hail.
Well, you just missed another really cool lightning strike. Go figure.
Tuesday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 90s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour, becoming east 10 to 15 miles per hour in the afternoon. Tuesday night, partly cloudy with slight chance of thunderstorms until midnight, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the lower 60s.
Just to give you a heads up, we are heading north, but it is a torrential raining just by thrown out to the other bird, so we'll keep you guys at the fire and we get on to you.
South winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear. Lows in the mid-60s.
I'm not exactly
15 miles per hour.
impressed.
Partly cloudy. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Cloud with highs in the upper 90s. Chance of rain 20%. Thursday night, partly cloudy until mid.
There's no structure up there at all.
A 20% chance of thunderstorm. Lows in the lower 60s. Friday, mostly sunny. Slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Cloud with highs.
Yeah, we're on the Colorado-Nebraska line right now. We're like 2 feet into Colorado.
With a 50% chance of thunderstorm. Lows in the mid-50s. Saturday, partly cloudy in the morning, then clearing. Chance of showers in the morning. Chance of thunderstorm. Highs in the lower 80s. 40%. Saturday, partly cloudy with a 20% chance of thunderstorm. Lows in the upper 50s.
Thrash. Yeah, it's gone. You guys don't forget anything, do you?
Newport leaving 26, headed up north, KK and 41, 42. Producing large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado during the early evening hours, then transitioning to a large-scale wind threat with wind.
Well, I'm gonna put radar up on screen for a second so you guys can kind of see what's going on. Yeah, the other target was like northeast Nebraska. Looking at that stuff up there in northeast Nebraska, it's kind of a... I wouldn't call it a mess, but it's... There's a couple severe warnings and some tornado warnings, but it's really not a whole lot better than this down here. This storm kind of sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think we need to get trucks heading east to that 34 PP fire. We'll head off that way. 21 to 801. My wife just called and said there's something south on PP from Laird.
Oh shoot, we didn't go back to... Wait a minute.
1, Ray 30 or 831.
Yeah, we did.
If it's raining pretty good up that way, let's get going towards Laird. Yes, sir, we're turning around right now. I will need to head towards King. One. This is 181, go ahead. Yeah, John, you want to go to 41 and King and investigate that fire call? Copy that.
Alright, well, I think I'm probably fixing to go west again here.
All right, Trap, this is Ray 01. Let's go to the PP and 34 fire.
Honestly, at this point.
Ray 10, copy. 13, copy.
Bye, Colorado.
Did I copy 813 and 810? RM is substituted to 34 in Hong
Or east. If I said west, I meant east. I don't know, same thing. East, west, whatever. What's the difference?
Copy, thank you. 739.
That's 26 and FF or mop up.
Or I-70 in the platoon.
I really don't know what the rest of the afternoon's going to look like here. I'm kind of watching to see how this evolves on radar over the next few minutes here. Alright folks, so here's my plan. Tomorrow, the severe weather risk is like Oklahoma City. And I'm just not into it. Wait a minute. Hold on, is this effed up? Well, that was weird. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm looking at it and it just doesn't look that great to me. I'm not going to be chasing tomorrow. I need to get home because I have $10,000 worth of equipment to build. I'm not kidding. And yes, that is me foreshadowing what we have coming this tropical season. We have $10,000 worth of infrastructure plus going into this year. We are working on the best and most awesome thing you've ever seen for live streaming with tropical weather here this season. And I have to get home and start working on it or we're going to get screwed.
Northeast winds.
They did renew the severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour winds, but I'm not getting these 70 mile per hour winds here. So because tomorrow don't look that great, I'm going to sit it out. Day 3 could be up in the Dakotas. I'm sitting it out because it looks like crap. Well, I think it's what, day 4 or whatever, which is what? Let's see, Monday, Tuesday. Thursday, we might be back out on Thursday up in the Dakotas. But it looks like this week overall is going to be a little bit on the quiet side. Neil, I am not going to do a video on it. No, I would love to, but there's literally people out there that have specifically threatened to basically rip off everything that I've done, and I'm not having somebody basically take our idea and piss all over it. At least not in the first round here, so screw them. So unfortunately, no, I'm not going to be doing a video on it here until this is put together. So I think this week's going to be a little bit slow. It should pick back up. Some of the medium range models are indicating that things will likely be picking back up here in the middle of the month. Now, Christine's right. So the story about the roof camera, here's what happened. So when I was researching roof cameras, I basically stumbled across the camera that Daniel uses, and I didn't know it at the time. But I gave another storm chaser basically the answer. I'm like, hey, this is the camera we've been looking for years. Like, look at what I found. And I said, I will give you a link where you can order this and tell you what to do to make it. But this needs to stay between us. I don't want anybody else having this design because I've worked really hard to come up with this. And this was before I knew that Daniel had basically the same thing. But anyway, and I was told, yeah, absolutely, it's our secret. Guess what? There's 12 storm chasers that have the same thing right now. And it's not something that you're going to find on the internet. It got ripped off. That was very clearly not respected. I'm pretty pissed. And that's why I don't trust people. And that's why I won't help anybody anymore, because everybody's just out here just to make a mockery of everything that people work hard for. And that's why I don't associate with people, just like what Christine said, that's why all these people are running around with those cameras. And it really upsets me, because when you hand somebody over $5,000 of research and development, because I went through $5,000 of cameras, converters, power supplies to try to come up with something before I settled on it. That was $5,000 out of my pocket. When you have a handshake agreement to not share that information with someone, and then someone immediately goes and shares it, that's bullshit. That's what it is. It's bullshit. And it makes me so incredibly angry. That's why I just won't help people anymore. I don't care if somebody comes up and they're like, I'm dying of cancer and I want to know something about your setup. It's my lifelong dream. No, the answer is no. I get emails all the time where people are like, please help me do this. And it's like, no, I'm sorry. No, it's not that I'm trying to be mean, but I have put so many thousands of dollars into coming up with what we have. And it's all been research and development. It's been buying things and basically breaking them and then inevitably throwing them away, that I feel like I shouldn't just be obligated to just give everybody free answers when it literally put me and my family into so much unbelievable debt. And we had to work so hard to get out of it to come up with what we had. I just don't think that I should just give people free shit, That's just kind of my opinion. Because it's like what Christine brought up. It's too bad that that's how disrespectful people are. But the good news is nobody's little roof cameras that they've ripped off, they haven't ripped it off properly, because they did steal the tech, but they did not take the mechanism that moves the camera, because I never shared that. But Daniel and I basically have a mechanism that controls the camera that's home built, and it's lots and lots has gone into it, we'll put it that way. But you can go out there and buy commercial solutions, but they're very expensive. I mean, this is expensive too, but I'm not out there to put the information on the internet, because people worked really hard to come up with it. If somebody else wants to design spinning roof cameras, they're welcome to, but it's not my or our job to just hand that design over for free, No, I won't get burned again. I have learned my lesson. Absolutely. Yeah, Aiden's got the same roof camera, but here's the difference, guys. Aiden kind of came up with that on his own, but Aiden also works with us, right? He is the inner circle of this operation. It's not... He doesn't count. I mean, he's got basically the same roof camera setup, but that was... I mean, yeah, my setup was a springboard for him, but I mean, he was able to develop that and manipulate it to his needs. That's definitely a different situation. Plus, he's part of this operation, you know. I tell you what though, he built his roof camera is built his control mechanism is built better than mine. I need to rebuild mine. Mine has been hit by too many pieces of debris and it's broken. His is way more solid. A Blumpkin is a blowjob. What? That sounds disgusting. You're into that? Gross, dude. I know, it sucks that Radio Shack is defunct, because seriously, like, there's actually a couple. There's 2 Radio Shacks in southern Wisconsin that are still around, and they're like actual Radio Shacks that have components, not just TV stores. But that's a big problem for me, because especially when I'm out here, if I'm trying to like develop something, I have to order it off of freaking Amazon, and then it's 2-day delivery, but I have to try to guess where I'm going to be in 2 days. Like, I wish Radio Shack was still a thing where you could be like, oh, I need a motor, or I need a switch, or I need, I don't know, a capacitor or something. I'm just going to walk into Radio Shack and buy it. Like, I really wish you could still do that. We've got a place in Madison not too far from home called Full Compass, and it's mostly an audio-video store. But they've got a lot of, like, raw components and stuff. That's about the closest thing I got to walking in and finding anything. But it does suck, because Radio Shack would be very helpful for this. It's also hard to order stuff from Amazon, because a lot of times you don't know if it's actually what you need or not until it shows up, and then you realize it's not what you wanted or not what you needed, and then you gotta send it back and go through the whole freaking thing all over again. Yeah, screw Yankton. Circuit City. I don't think I ever set foot in a Circuit City. Wasn't that just a Best Buy? I don't know. Seriously, we had a Circuit City. I think we had 2 of them, but God, how long? They've got to have been gone 15 years now, right? Because how long's Blockbuster been gone? That's going on 10 years. No, it's more than that. You guys, I have a bad, I don't know if it's like a mental block, and I'm being fully out there. I'm not saying this to sound stupid, but I honestly think I have some sort of like mental capacity limitation or something when it comes to comprehending time. I'm not, like, and I mean this very seriously. Like, I think there is something with the way my brain works where I have a very difficult time comprehending time. Like, and I've always been this way. And I know people are always like, oh, when you get older, time goes fast. But no, it's different than that. Like, I have a serious difficulty in comprehending the amount of time that has passed between something. Like, I start a timer for everything. If I'm cooking noodles on the stove, I set a timer. Like, things like that. And it's small things, but it's also big things. Like, I've been out of high school for 11 years. And I was thinking about Blockbuster. Well, Blockbuster was gone like 5 years before I got out of high school, maybe even more than that. So how long has Blockbuster been gone? Because I think Circuit City was like 5 years before Blockbuster. And Toys R Us and stuff like that. Like, how long has this stuff been gone? Has it been 20 years and it only feels like 5? Holy crap. Circuit City's been gone almost 25 years? You gotta be kidding me. You think it's called Asperger's? Patrick, there's a South Park on that. For the love of God, please tell me you've seen the South Park. Please tell me you've seen the Asperger's South Park. Please. Please tell me you've seen that. The Radio Shack also sold carpet? You gotta be kidding me. I love South Park too. I think we could even make South Park into a political party because, I mean, if you think about it, every time they get into politics, it's a very neutral... Mr. Hanky, yeah. It's a very neutral view, but, like, they're right on everything. Like, they're always standing up for, like, ethics and morals and making fun of stupid things. Like... I feel like we could start a political movement to just, like, fix this country and just call it, like, the South Park Party. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like Best Buy either. I've had some bad experiences with Best Buy. Unfortunately, it's like the only place I can go that's got like computers in stock. But Towley for president, yes. You guys want to get high? I love Towley. Blockbuster was 2013, really? Okay, so I guess Blockbuster wasn't that long ago. That was what, 13, 14 years ago? So that's not as long. I know they were really declining prior to then. I think that's why it seems like it's been so long. So a lot of these stores were, you know, these places were really just kind of dying slowly, you know? Circuit City was 2008 when they filed bankruptcy? Okay. Jesus, that's a long time ago. Yeah, I've been out of high school for 11 years, folks, and, wow. You know what? I haven't interacted with a damn soul that I went to high school with either, and I don't even care. The people that were in my class were some really shitty people. Kind of like Shitty Walk. Shitty people. Shitty airlines. South Park reference. But I don't even care. Like, I really, like, I keep seeing these posts on Facebook, like, we're having our 10-year class reunion. This was last year or something, and I'm just like, yep, next, not interested. And then I got invited, and I'm like, yeah, not going. Not going. What, so I can go, like, talk to all the people that were assholes to me for 4 years of my life? No thanks. Bye. Yeah, I always say that I would have been in a better place if I would have dropped out of high school, and I still stick to that to this day. I have not needed a high school diploma for a single thing that I've done in life that's mattered. I'm not even kidding. There was a point where I had a $200,000 a year salary job to do nothing, basically. It was awful. I quit. But, like, I'm not saying drop out of school. It's just in my situation, I really should have dropped out of school. Yeah, I graduated in a class of 20 kids.
Service in Goodland has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Yuma County in northeastern Colorado, northwestern Cheyenne County in northwestern Kansas, western Dundee County in southwestern Nebraska until 6:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time or 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:41 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time or 6:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Ray, moving east at 20 miles per hour.
That's weird. That's like a 15-minute delay on the weather radio going off for that storm. That's very strange. But yeah, and the reason I say I would be better off if I would have dropped out is because, honestly, I didn't retain any knowledge. I don't feel like I learned anything in high school. When I was getting out of high school, it was kind of that beginning of that boom on the internet. You know, like, the internet's been around obviously longer than 2014, but, you know, 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, you know, that was kind of that era when all these, like, you know, you can learn your own shit kind of started on the internet. When you started, like, YouTube, that's when YouTube started getting really popular with, like, how-to videos, and there were all sorts of things on the internet. Like, that's when all the, like, kind of learn a new skill thing started to happen on the internet, and it started becoming really useful, and pretty much anything that I needed to ever really know how to do, I kind of just learned off of the internet. I wasted a lot of my time. I'm dead serious. When I was 18, I should have dropped out of high school. That's 6 months earlier that I could have got going in life. That diploma is a piece of paper that I don't give a crap about. I really don't. I could care less. You know, there's a few things in life that I've kind of needed it for, but if I didn't have it, there's ways around it. I mean, all I had to do, like, when I went through a lot of the EMS stuff, I still could have done it. I just would have had to pass like a reading and math comprehension test or whatever to get into it, which I would have passed. Or not, I don't know. But like, I'm very polarizing when it comes to stuff like this, because everyone's like, you got to go to school, do good in school and college. But I'll be honest with you guys, I consider high school a waste of 4 years of my life. I really do. And from a professional standpoint, I feel like it was a waste of my time. I really do. It did nothing but inhibit my ability to go out and get better at the things that would help me later in life. Yeah, nobody likes YouTube ads, that's for sure, but... What's he doing away from the storm? Guys, the storm is crapping out. Like, this is the storm. This is it. Here, I'll point you north for something different to look at, but this is literally it. That's all it is. We're almost to Bankelman now. Extreme southwest Nebraska. I think I told you guys about this before, but I hated school so much that I was sick and tired of dealing with shit, so I shut down the entire school's computers, phones, everything, clocks, simply by changing the time. No joke. So our school, our internet, or like our IT, like the computer person, she was actually very nice. And I don't say this to like put her down or to be mean, but she was a 66-year-old lady and was definitely not the most proficient when it came to computers, but she was in charge of all the IT, and she was very nice, and there was nothing wrong with her. She was very nice. But anyway, so that's kind of tells you the strength of our IT. Well, I changed the clocks on the computers. Basically, they were just all like tied together. It was just a really crappy system. I literally changed it from like 10:12 a.m. to like 9:12 a.m. And I'm like, it was funny because we were sitting in the library and I was like, hey, watch this. I'm going to F with the clocks. And I changed the clocks on the computer. Well, apparently I changed them on like the main like time server or whatever the hell we had. And it broke everything for like days. Like they actually called off school for a day. I'm not joking, because the clocks didn't work. The computers wouldn't work because, you know, basically anytime you try to load a website or something, it was like, oh, this HTTPS or whatever certificate isn't valid, your time is not correct, blah, blah, blah. Things were broken. The phones wouldn't work because the phones thought it was one time. The server thought it was another because they were IP phone, voice over IP phones. And basically, it was just like a synchronization issue. Like everything was just broken. And what's funny is the business teacher, who was probably my age at the time, I think he was in his late 20s, he knew I did it. He freaking watched me do it, and he thought it was funny as hell. And he never opened his mouth. And I remember whenever we realized that everything was broke, like 5 minutes later, and then we're like, oh my God, I did that. And I remember I looked at him, and he's just got this like grin on his face. I was like, don't you dare tell anybody I did that. And he's like, I didn't see nothing. And he's like, but if that really broke everything, then there's a bigger problem, and it's got nothing to do with you. And I'm like, oh yeah, no shit. Like if changing the time breaks the entire building, then we've got bigger problems. So that was the time that I got everybody out of school for a day and broke everything and sent us back into the Stone Ages. I was pretty proud of that. And I announced it the last day of school. Our principal was a rotten person. And I went up to her and I said, hey, a couple months ago, I broke the entire building. I don't know if you remember, but like everything went down. It was because of a clock thing, and you guys had to call in all these people to fix it. That was me. I did it. Oh my God, she was pissed. That's cyber terrorism. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Call the cops, lady. To be fair, I didn't mean to do that. We were just kind of effing around and we were bored, and I didn't realize that changing the time was going to set everybody back like 20 years. Yeah, that was a hell of a time. I was not liked by the administration. Yeah, I damn near set the damn. So I think I've told you guys about the cookies and how I damn near had a huge verbal fight with the principal over cookies. So they fired a lunch lady. We had 2 lunch ladies, and one of them was she was a bitch. The other one was awesome, and she got fired because somebody saw her wearing a Miller Lite t-shirt like on her own time. I'm like, you can't fire somebody for that. Like, what the frick? Like, what is wrong with you people? Like, she should have sued that school. She wasn't at the school. But anyway, this was a rural community, guys. I mean, who cares? A freaking t-shirt, right? It's not like she was wearing it at work. Anyway, they shit-canned her. She was also one of the bus drivers. We owned our own buses. Her name was Julie. She was awesome. I think she watches the live streams. She's awesome. Awesome lunch lady. It's like in her 60s, just old lady, didn't care. Well, I shouldn't say old, but you know what I mean. Just didn't care. Good person. Anyway, they shit-canned her. But she was a bus driver, and we had worked out an agreement where my last year in high school, she liked her bus to be not freezing cold in the winter. And she also did not have enough time to get all the lunch tables picked up on her own. Like, she was just overworked. Like, okay. And I flat out I was like, all right, because, we were talking. I got along with her really well because she was very kind of old-fashioned like I am. It's like we just would, talk a lot. She would give me extra food at lunch. So I'm like, all right, this works. But anyway... And, she was on the local fire department, and, I was on the local ambulance, so, we kind of knew each other. That was a really good person. Anyway, I'm like, all right. I said, I tell you what, I'm just going to ditch whatever the hell class I got at the end of the day. I'll pick up your tables, and I'll go start your bus and make sure there's heat. And she's like, okay. And I'm like, but I'm going to need at least 2 cookies every day. And she's like, okay, you bet. They're going to be in the jar. In the lunch office, whatever, just walk in and get your cookies. I'm like, perfect. No shit, guys. Every single day there was 2 cookies in a jar on her desk waiting for me. Every day. Well, they fired her. And the lunch lady that was left, she was a younger girl, maybe in her 30s, kind of a pompous asshole, kind of like me. Actually, no, way worse than me. And she got pissy because when they fired this lady, stopped picking up the tables and starting the school bus outside. Because this lady apparently also drove a bus too, I don't know. And I'm like, well, the agreement was I got 2 cookies for it. And this caused a huge stink with the principal, telling me how basically big of a piece of shit I was for, not doing this out of the goodness of my heart and expecting cookies and how childish that was. And I'm like, I don't think it's childish. I am performing a job and getting paid in 2 cookies. Sometimes they're peanut butter, sometimes they're sugar cookies, chocolate chips. Sometimes, if she was out of cookies, sometimes they were brownies. On rare occasion, she wouldn't have anything, but the next day she always made good and had 4 cookies. Anyway, regardless, I was getting paid in cookies. And I'm like, well, I don't think it's ridiculous. Like, you basically fired this lady for no reason, and I'm not going to do this for free. I don't come to school, our family, and I totally just went far right-wing political lunatic on her, I was like, well, my family's taxes don't pay this school for me to put in free labor. So I think that we should either get a tax cut, or like a tax waiver, or I should get my 2 cookies. And she was not having it. She was telling me basically how crappy I was and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, well, I can argue with you all day, but I'm not going to pick up your tables unless you're going to put me on the payroll. And she wasn't, whatever. She was, but that's basically the story of how I pissed off the administration over the cookies. And I was pretty pissed because they fired this woman for no reason. And that was part of it too, but. I was not a happy camper. But seriously, like, first of all, you fired someone for no reason. Second of all, you never came and said thank you to me for doing this before, but now that you fired the lady and you're refusing to cough up your cookies, now you're going to come and tell me I have to do it. Like, no way. I just left school all the time, guys. Those were wasted years. I'm sorry, and I apologize to anybody out there who is upset because their kids heard me say that, but in my case, they were wasted years of my life. They really were. Alright, this storm is really crapped out. It is pretty, though. Kinda. I'm out of stories. I don't know what else to tell you. You met your wife at a bar by throwing up on her. Well, that's pretty gross. But hey, whatever works for you, man. Let's just switch back to the mic. Good. Good. You know, today definitely was not eventful, but I got some decent photos out of this. This really definitely was not a wash by any means. So, now what? It's World Chocolate Day. Wow, cool. Absolutely incredible. So I don't know, guys. What do we do? Whoa, hang on a second. Okay, well, I don't really think I can repeat that on stream because I think that's illegal. Okay. Got it. We have 4 children and kicked them out of the house on their 18th birthday. Man, I feel that. So, all right, guys. I want to do one more pan around here with this camera. This storm is just not doing much, is it? There's like nothing. I was hoping we'd have some structure, but I'm just not seeing anything here. I was really hoping we'd finish the day out with like a shelf cloud or something because I've been trying to get a lot of like vertical content to post on Facebook because it does really well on Facebook, like Facebook Reels and stuff, like shelf clouds, stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Let's see here. I think they dropped the severe warning. For some reason my tablet's not connecting to Starlink and I don't know why. So I'm just on LTE and it's real spotty here, but I think they dropped the warning. So whatever, that's fine. Gosh dang. There's 2 warnings that remain. They're up there in, well, what is that? They're up there by Imperial and Ogallala. I actually thought we were going to end up in like Ogallala or North Platte today. I did not expect to be down here. Oh hell, we're going to go through McCook too. I like McCook. So McCook actually is where I saw my first plains tornado. So I've been chasing since 2014. But from 2014 to 2018, I only was east of the Mississippi River. I just never had time to go west of it. So 2019 was my first year going west, and it was actually the first tornado that I saw west of the Mississippi River was the McCook, Nebraska tornado in May 2019. I think it was May 17th. And no live streaming, no audience, no Twitter page, none of that. It was just me and a really, really crappy iPhone camera that I didn't know how to use, but it was one of the most fun times I ever had. that was just something. I just bought a brand new car, bought a brand new Jeep, outfitted it for chasing. Drove out here, drove back. 2 days later, it got hit by a drunk driver. Like, I didn't even make a first payment on it. Got smoked by a drunk driver. I'm like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. Give me a break. I was not exactly happy. The ironic thing is, about 30 seconds before that drunk driver hit me, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, mind you, about 30 seconds before that guy hit me, we were stopped at a red light. It was red in all 4 directions because it was changing. And this guy just blew it, and instead of driving straight through it, he decided to just run into my driver's side at like 40 miles an hour. Even though I was literally just sitting there at the stop line, just minding my own business, and this car just hits me. I'm like, seriously? But anyway, I was literally a parked car at that point at a red light. I was not happy. And not happy. I was really ticked. But yeah, 30 seconds prior to that, I was on the phone with my insurance company because my insurance called me and they're like, hey, we see you added this car to your policy. Would you be interested in, spending more money with us and getting more coverage? And I was like, hell no. Like, I never get into accidents. I don't need any more. No kidding. I hung up the phone. 30 seconds later, this guy runs into me. I'm like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. So I call him back and I'm like, hey, I was just on the phone with you guys and I just got into a wreck. They're like, oh dear. And I'm like, yeah, oh dear. Like, you got a crystal ball or something or what? I was not happy about that. Yeah, I had that thing set up. It wasn't set up for streaming because I didn't really care about streaming. Like, the whole streaming thing really came about. I actually started it on Facebook, believe it or not. But then I was able to get YouTube to work out, so I moved over to YouTube. But that started in late 2019. This was early 2019. But I tell you what, that storm chase was memorable. I basically drove to the storm. It produced several tornadoes, and I drove home. It was just something else. That's the thing that I don't like, though, now about storm chasing being so saturated. There's always been a lot of storm chasers out here, but there's a lot of noise now, right? Like, you can't even go on the internet and post your photo without a million people just acting. Either the geoengineering people, they are so annoying, or the people, the flat earthers. I'm not joking. I get plenty of flat earthers. Or, you've got people out here just... Guys, everybody's welcome to chase how they want to chase, but I think everybody's trying to be Reed Timmer. And don't get me wrong, yes, Reed yells and screams and acts like a goofball, but that's his genuine, honest personality. It is not artificial. That's just his honest reaction to anything. Reed has been a friend for years. I've seen him react that way in person. It is perfectly natural for him. There's nothing wrong with it. But I think there's a lot of people that are trying to pretend that they're Reed, and everything he did, like, how many people are ripping off this never stop chasing and all this. And I get that's kind of his thing, but how many, like, quote unquote professional storm chasers have, like, adopted that saying as if they came up with it because they can't come up with anything better on their own? And I think people are kind of making a mockery out of him, and I feel bad for him because I'm sure it's wearing on him. You can kind of tell by the online activity in the comments that I think it is wearing on him a little bit. Like, people are kind of making a mockery out of him and just pissing on all of his things, and it's not right. But people out here, like, there's a lot of younger kids, and I know it comes with age, but it's just the screaming and yelling and, oh my God, bro, what the hell, bro? Come on, dog, bro. Yeah, it's like, there is so much more out here than just driving into a tornado and screaming like an idiot. There's a lot we can appreciate, like earlier today, we had the beautiful storm and the pretty blue storm and all that, we can appreciate it. And we have the times when we can appreciate stopping because there's a tarantula running across the road and, let's go look at the tarantula, stuff like that. There's so many things out here to go adventure with. And I think a lot of folks that are out here now, they're not out here for that adventure. I think they're out here because they see a way that they might be able to make money by just blowing a gasket, and that's not actually how this works. You have to have some sort of like actual passion to be out here and do this, and you have to appreciate what's going on if you're going to be able to last. Otherwise, the burnout's going to get you. And you can't even go on the internet anymore without, oh, storm chasers had an accident today. And it's like, of course they did, you know, because we're being stupid and trying to get, you know, our Toyota Camrys or whatever into a tornado that's launching debris at 200 miles per hour that's going to go through your window and kill you. Like, that's not the spirit of storm chasing. The spirit of storm chasing is seeing the most interesting thing out there. For example, today, the most interesting thing today was probably that really pretty blue storm we had. The other day, when we were in Wellfleet, Nebraska, remember that surprise tornado? The most interesting thing that day was the tornado, and we saw it. But we were able to appreciate it and actually enjoy the moment instead of just screaming and driving into it and freaking out and having a freaking panic attack and shit. It's just, I miss the days where you could come out here and sit on the side of the road, and you might have one of your good friends come up from Arizona or something and pull up next to you and get their tripod out or whatever, and you get to talk. Now, people pull up behind you and they start screaming, "Oh my God, bro, it's insanity." And it's just like, oh, shut up. But I think it's an age thing. Like, I think people outgrow that a little bit, because I've seen some of these guys outgrow it. But I've also seen some of these guys just give up. But I think what it is people are trying to pretend that they're Reed. And what they're not understanding is, like, what Reed does is not artificial. Like, that's his personality. You cannot duplicate that. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, people watch Reed because he's funny. He's entertaining. He does dumb shit, but he knows what he's doing, and it's reasonable. You know, they're calculated risks. You can't just drive your car into a tornado and scream like Reed and expect it to work out good, you know? It's just, it's kind of disrespectful to him in a way. It's like ripping off his brand. But that's where I was getting at with that McCook day. Like, I missed the days where this was more of like a respectable, it was more of like a gentleman's hobby. Somebody's going to say that I'm sexist for that. Go ahead, cancel me. I don't care. It's a figure of speech, folks. Get over it. Get over yourselves. Cancel culture is canceled. That's so 5 years ago. That's so COVID. We're done with that now. This is the era of weather manipulation. Get with the program, people. It's all over Facebook. Geoengineering. Joe Biden controls the weather. Donald Trump creates hurricanes. And Elon makes floods. I don't know. Get with the program. Come on, guys. But it used to be a little bit more of like a respectful thing. Like, yeah, you had your intense moments where it was like, oh my God, this is nuts. Or, oh my God, we're in a bad spot, get the hell out of here kind of thing. We used to, you always have had those moments. But it was almost like the quality of, this is the best way I'm going to describe it. It's like, it's always, storm chasing has always been chaos. I mean, you're driving right up to tornadoes. You're driving through big hail. You're driving next to hurricanes. Yeah, of course it's going to be chaos. But the quality of the chaos used to be better. Like, it was chaos, but it was quality, respectable chaos. And we've really gotten away from that, unfortunately. But I think it's getting, on a positive note, I think it is getting back to that, because I've seen much, it's almost like we're shifting back to that kind of respected style of storm chasing, because a lot of the, like, riffraff is kind of just weeding itself out, and things are kind of taming down. I think COVID just got a lot of people out here that, I think people kind of started working from home or got fired, and they're like, oh, I'm just going to be a storm chaser now. And they kind of ended up out here, and now they're just like, yeah, maybe not. It sucks because some of the good ones have had to leave, like the one storm runner guy. God damn, what the hell's his name? The tall one. I think he just quit. That's too bad, because you know what? Anytime I've seen those guys, it seems like they're out here for the right reason. You know what I'm saying? And I think he quit, the tall, whatever the hell is, I should know it. I suck at names. Like, I knew his name 5 minutes ago, but the tall one, he quit. That's too bad, because it seems like the good ones are quitting. It's kind of sad. New virus coming? What is it? 5G? It's probably 5G. Yeah, you guys didn't know that everything is geoengineered and it's HARP and it's 5G. Climate change was actually caused by the ending of the 3G cellular network. You guys got it all wrong. You know, I get so many geoengineers that come in here and tell me this stuff. Wrong. Climate change is fake. So climate change actually occurred because of an ozone hole that opened up when we shut down the 3G towers. The 3G towers were actually keeping climate control in check. And when we shut them down and replaced them with 4G and 5G, it's really not climate control, guys. It's actually the cell phones or climate change. Climate change has nothing to do with it. Climate change has basically been controlled by the cell phones. It's got nothing to do with anything else. You guys are very misinformed. The Earth is flat, by the way. And if you don't detect the sarcasm with that, this might not be the right YouTube channel for you, because there's definitely sarcasm in there. How many times? Oh, wait a minute. How many times you caught COVID when you've been vaccinated and boosted? Are you asking me? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had COVID. I don't know. Like, if I had it, I would have been afraid to admit it because I didn't want to get put on some like quarantine watch list or something. But do you guys remember when Dan Robinson, the storm chaser, was out there? Everybody who was storm chasing during COVID, he was literally putting them on a list and tweeting about it, saying that they were violating federal like stay-at-home orders. Oh, birds! Oh my God, there's a bunch of turkeys. We gotta stop. Dan Robinson was the COVID police, and it was quite something because he was literally going after people who were chasing and being like, you're violating federal stay-at-home orders, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, oh my God, dude, go get laid. It's gonna be okay. But I tell you, the only good thing that came out of COVID was those people, you know, if you remember going to Walmart during COVID, they had the arrows on the floor where they're like, hey, this is a one-way aisle. Walk this way down the aisle. That was great. I loved it. I loved it. Because you didn't have people butting into you in the damn freaking aisle. We need to bring that back. It's sad that it took a global pandemic to do that. Shit, damn turkeys went across the damn... Come here, turkeys. All right, well, we stopped and saw the turkeys. Cool. What an adventure. Wow. Looks like they dropped all the severe warnings. So now what? All right, 7:33. Am I in Mountain or Central? Shoot. I'll be damned. Okay, yeah, I'm in Central, so it jumped forward an hour. So I got shafted out of an hour of my day here. That's all right. That's the thing that sucks when you're out here and you're on these time zone borders, going from Mountain Time to Central Time or Central Time to Eastern Time. When you're like when you're going east, basically you get shafted out of that hour. Because I kind of got adjusted to Mountain Time over the past 2 days, and now I kind of get shafted out of that hour. Find a lake. This is Nebraska. Do we have any lakes? I honestly have no idea. There's that lake up there by Ogallala. That place is pretty neat. I've never been there, but I've been told it's pretty neat. We bought a car. Nikki and I bought a car in Denver when the truck broke and all that. I was telling you about earlier. We bought a car in Denver at a CarMax, and the sales chick was from Ogallala, Nebraska, and she's just like, "Oh, you got to go to the lake. You got to go to the lake." And I'm like, she was just ranting and raving about this lake, so it must be good. Fly to New Zealand. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get to Australia. I'm working on it. That's kind of the same thing, right? Like New Zealand and Australia, you're like Australia Junior, kind of, right? I mean, you guys are like kind of sort of this. You got kangaroos, right? Like, what's the difference between New Zealand and Australia besides a couple miles of water? Like, excuse my ignorance, but like, because you're kind of like the same, right? Sort of. Walmart did used to be 24/7, and they do need to bring that back. I used to stop at Walmart's at 2. Like, if I had to do an overnight drive and I was starting to get tired at like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I would just stop at a Walmart and just walk around inside the Walmart for like, 20 minutes to a half an hour, and with the bright lights and everything, usually it was fine, and then I could get through the rest of the drive no problem, and I really missed that. There are big spiders in Australia, that's true, yeah. New Zealand's way colder, really. No snakes in New Zealand, interesting, okay. Denver is a liberal hellhole. Noted. Okay. Well, Pueblo is a dump, so don't stay in Pueblo. And anybody who is offended by that, you're obviously not from Colorado, because Pueblo is a dump. Everybody that lives there tells me not to go there. It's a dump. I've specifically been told never ever to stay or stop there because there is a high chance of getting shot. Pueblo is not friendly. Colorado's a beautiful state. I love Colorado, but I've been told to just stay the hell out of Pueblo. I actually do like the Denver area. I like just outside of Denver. I just don't like the big city and everything, but I do like that I-25 region. It's really pretty. Colorado Springs is pretty too. I've got a family that lives in Colorado Springs, but it's the Rockford of Colorado. Yeah, basically. No, I don't think you got timed out. I think that's just YouTube chat's a little bit fickle. I even have issues with it. Yeah, I really hope they bring back the 24-hour Walmart. I really do. I bet that was really convenient for a lot of people that work night shift too, because they could get off of work and go do their grocery shopping and stuff and go home and go to bed and just do it all in one trip. Yeah, South Colorado is pretty. They did issue a special weather statement on that storm behind us. It's for 45, I think, mile-an-hour winds. So that's not even really anything. Do you think the Woodmans are still 24 hours? They probably are. I don't think I've ever been to one, but I think there's one in Janesville. They probably are, though. Dude, that guy was so left to center, I thought he was going to take my mirror off. Holy crap. Alright, there's a historical marker over there. I don't know what's historical about it, but apparently something. It says Massacre Canyon. Awesome. Cool. So that's Massacre Canyon. I guess they massacred a bunch of people there. That's great. Awesome. Yeah, I have an idea. Let's ask Grock. Hey.
Hey there. What can I do for you today?
Hey, I just passed Massacre Canyon in Nebraska. What the hell's that?
Oh, that's a grim part of history. Massacre Canyon in Nebraska is where back in 1873, a brutal battle went down between the Pawnee and a much larger group of Sioux warriors. The Pawnee, about 350 of them, were out on a government-sanctioned buffalo hunt when over 1,000 Sioux attacked, killing many, including women and children, in what some called a massacre. It was one of the last big fights between Native American tribes in the U.S., and it hit the Pawnee hard, broke their spirits so much that they soon left their Nebraska reservation for Oklahoma. There's a monument there now, set up in 1930, marking the spot near Trenton. Heavy stuff, right? Want more details?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Cool, glad to help. What's next?
Well, that's kind of sad. I just figured it was like, oh, they killed a bunch of birds here or something. Not, they murdered everybody. Awesome. Great. Yeah, I've passed that many times, and I guess I never thought to Google it or anything. $1873, that's what, 150 years ago? Ish? Wow. Kind of crazy to look around and think how much the landscape has changed in that period of time, too. Obviously, was no road here, no cornfield, none of that. Bison. Just floating around, walking around, I guess. I think once we get to McCook, I'll probably shut it down, but we got a little bit of ways here. What is this, Culbertson, I think? Yeah, I'll be coming through Culbertson. So up here is Highway 17 off to the right, and I took Highway 17. That's where I first saw my first, Nebraska or Plains tornado. Was down there on 17, southwest of McCook, south of Culbertson up here. That's where that all took place. That was a good day. That was fun. I wish I could go back and relive that day, honestly. If I would have known how important that day would have been to, like, my future, I would have done a lot of things different. Disappointed that we didn't get a nice abandoned building in front of our pretty storm earlier, though. That kind of sucks. That's all right. Usually you find plenty of them out here, but it just didn't luck out today. That's okay, though. Definitely not disappointed. I mean, yesterday was really cool with the hail and the hail fog, and it looked like winter. I mean, that was really neat. That was worth it. Today wasn't bad. I mean, if I would have missed today, I wouldn't be crying. That's for sure. I mean, I could have done without today, but we did see some pretty stuff, so I'm happy. You know, you gotta appreciate just being able to be out here doing this. Like I said earlier, it's not about tornadoes or anything like that. Like, just all you need is a nice looking storm. And we got that today. So I'm happy. Mission accomplished. So are you going to go to the Weather Chasers get together? I have no idea what you're even talking about, to be honest with you. Yeah, this is all that's left of our storm. There's just not much. All right, so this is Culbertson. We'll go front right here. Clean off the windshield a bit. Yeah, I remember turning, is it this road that I went south on? Yes, I remember going south on this road up here. It's Highway 17. It's this right-hand turn at the intersection here. Yep, I turned right there. Right there. To the right. And went through there. That was a fun day. So all the photos I took that day are geotagged on my iPhone. So we could go right back to the spot where I took the photos. I should do that one of these days, just for the hell of it, when we're live streaming out here. And go right back to exactly where I took the photo. It is pretty out here. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nebraska is not exactly the most exciting state in the world here. But it's not as boring as people say. Definitely prefer Colorado. That's the thing about chasing in eastern Colorado is you've always got nice scenery. I mean, yeah, it's kind of flat, a little bit boring, but there's always like an abandoned house or a pretty rock or something. Anyway, if you do want to see the really neat storm from yesterday, just go onto my Facebook page. If you need a link, it's at seethestorm.net. I've got a thing on Facebook. It's also on TikTok. It's got like 1 million views on TikTok. Or just shy of 1 million. It's got like 950,000 or something. Most of it's people claiming they're just arguing in the comments about geoengineering, but either way. Guys, I am almost to McCook. It is 7:47, or I'm sorry, 7:49 p.m. Central Time. So I think I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna start heading home. If I felt really ambitious, I could actually make it home. I think I could make it home by 4? No. I don't know how far away from home I am. How far away from home am I? Oh no, it would be 6 a.m. I'm not doing that. I'll probably go to Omaha or something tonight. We're going to be back out in the high plains like where we were today, eastern Colorado, quite a bit. I think toward the end of the month. It looks like this week is going to be a little bit slow, but I think the week after, I think it looks like just the composite indices and stuff are starting to pick up. But I think the activity is going to pick up a little bit. But with that said, guys, it was fun. I actually did enjoy today. It wasn't super eventful by any means, but it was fun. It was fun. So I'll give it that. So thanks for watching, guys. We do have our public Discord server available. You go to seethestorm.net, you'll find links to that. Appreciate all of our channel members as well, and super chatters, PayPal folks for helping us accomplish what we're trying to accomplish out here. So with that said, guys, you folks have it as I drive across the road here. You guys have a good rest of your night, and I will see you probably, maybe it looks like on Friday, maybe Thursday. So I'll probably be back live streaming. It looks like either Thursday or Friday, I think. So it'll just be a few days. So, all right, see you guys later.